First item, acceptance of the minutes from the committee meeting held on March 9th. I need a motion.
Favorable action. Seconded.
We have a motion for favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. First item, PCR 3720.
Councilman, can you hang on 1 second till we go live on Zoom, please, or on YouTube?
Oh, sure. Okay, just let me know, Phil.
My apologies for the time it took, but we're all set now. Thank you.
Okay, Phil, we're live. We're ready to go.
We are. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. For the record, let's redo the vote to open the meeting. I need a motion to open the Finance Committee meeting.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Let the record indicate it is 5:09. I need a motion to approve the minutes from the committee meeting held on March 9th.
Favorable action. Seconded.
We have a motion favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. First item on the list, PCR 37-20, the bid package. Number one item, 2020-082, streetlight conversion and maintenance, found on page 1. Luke?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm here to present, Luke Murray from the Planning Department, here to present the award of contract for street lighting conversion and maintenance. I'm going to attempt a screen share here. I know there's going to be a lot of question on this. This is a fairly large purchase, so I put together a short presentation to kind of show where we're at. So bear with me. Can everyone see that on their screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
We can see it.
Perfect. All right. Looks like we're in business. So for those that are aware, this has been a long-term initiative of the city. It's going on for some time. I'll give you a really quick timeline as we go here. But first, I wanted to address why we're undergoing this effort. And it really comes down initially to the numbers. Just to cut to the chase, we're at, even on the latest financial documents, about $700,000 in saved for energy and maintenance for the city if we undergo this effort. That's a substantial sum of money I know that we could use right now. And I would say at this point, it's fairly conservative, mainly because our numbers didn't reflect a recent tariff increase. I believe it was upwards of 7% on our maintenance from National Grid. So if anything, this number is conservative, also held a conservative number on what we actually pay currently to National Grid for our maintenance. The $540,000 in National Grid and OER incentives, these are incentives that are provided for these street lighting conversion projects, specifically for these. So about $322,000 is from National Grid. About $300,000 is from OER. And then we have additional, about $200,000 from OER. And we had an additional $10,000 kicker for me going to a smart energy conference. So that worked out well. So our simple payback on this is 3 to 4 years on a $3.1 million investment. For those who remember, there was an approval for Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank bonds in, I believe it was January for this effort at $3.2 million. We're not expecting to exceed the 3.1, but we have a little bit of cushion if we need it. And depending on how much we eventually borrow, we'll be working on that through the process. There's about $3.5 million in savings over the 10-year life of the bond, which is, again, significant. So it really comes down to a major initiative to save money on the city, and I think there's many other tangible benefits here. And it's important to know that the current energy and maintenance increases plus inflation are outpacing the interest rates on the bond. I believe we borrowed the street lighting money at 1.2, 1.3%. Don't quote me on that, but interest rates are still phenomenally low. So based on the future value of money, this is still a great endeavor to do right now. If we wait, it's likely interest rates are going to go up, and it's basically paid back by everything with all the energy savings, the maintenance savings. The other things that are tangible benefits, we're going to be lowering our energy consumption. So just from a green aspect, about 70%. We have the ability to customize the system. So as we go into the design process, if there's constituent requests to add a light, take away a light, I know many of you have had made requests in the past, we can do that through the process. Improve constituent response time. So many of you know, we typically go to National Grid, we have to get our streetlight repaired. Sometimes it takes months. That will be cut down to weeks, if not a week, if not a day. So that's a pretty huge benefit to our constituents, the city as a whole. I won't get too far into it, but there is a potential that RIDOT may put on the table for them to acquire what streetlights are on state roads. That's being discussed now, but they will not acquire them until a LED conversion is complete by the municipality. They've been clear on that.
Good. I'm at home. I'm on a city
And
council.
so the ability to adapt smart city technologies is also a big one. We can eventually adapt to smart grid systems if we want. For those of you who know, you can add cameras, you can add parking lot sensors, et cetera, et cetera. Some of this we won't use right now, but we'll at least we'll have the ability in the future. So the work to date, this started in November, and National Grid provided a consulting firm free of charge to us. And thank you very much, National Grid. RPM, Rethinking Power Management, they've been great. They've guided us through this effort. I've worked with them very closely. They've run the numbers and the financials. We worked from January, May of 2019, reviewing LED technologies, fixtures, control systems. Honestly, I had to get a little educated on many aspects of the systems. And then we worked on an RFP, a very long, carefully crafted RFP. And that's what your decision tonight is going to be based on, is that RFP and the outcome of that RFP. That was issued in July. We allowed more than enough time to have respondents come back with bids. We received those bids in September, and we had it was 3 to 4 months of review of that, again, very extensive in the process. So the contents, just so you know, it includes lighting design. They're going to be running financials, includes final product selections, the LED conversion and maintenance, converting your lights, inventory, integration into our existing GIS system, which is very important for us to track and manage the lighting system in the future. Install of the controls. We're going to be reviewing different types of controls that we can use. Install and refurbishment of the lighting support poles as required. Warranty and non-warranty maintenance and post-conversion, and then call center operations, which is key because we're taking on a huge infrastructure and we don't have the ability in-house to really manage and respond to those concerns. So we're going to be counting on that third party to really take over call center operations and manage the system going forward. It also requires installation by licensed electricians to National Grid standards. So we're assured that anybody up on those poles is going to have to meet those standards, National Grid standards. For those who are thinking schedule, we have 150 calendar days to do the full LED conversion, and I'll go over our schedule very briefly in a minute. The first year of maintenance is included in the base bid, so anything happens to that fixture after install due to workmanship is covered. 10-year warranty on all of the fixtures, so that's manufacturer warranty, which is pretty nice because if we have any failures, it's covered. 24/7 call operations, 5-day normal response time, 2-hour emergency response time, and compare that today with National Grid. And like I said, sometimes that's months. Then monthly reporting to city on all repairs and issues. And that would prospectively go to Jim Owens over in facilities once this project is done. So there'll be a 3-year maintenance contract. I want you to note that you're only approving a 1-year contract now. The idea here is that we'll come back in a year and ask for a time extension. And that'll be a good time for the council to get an update on the progress of where we're at with conversion. I would expect that the conversion will be about 80 to 90% complete. We can get an update on the call center status, and then hopefully we can extend that to the full 3 years that we have on the contract as far as the bid. And then we required various options on the streetlight system. I keep referring to design. We haven't selected a final fixture yet, but all of the pricing is very comparable. So it's going to be really coming down to pilot studies in the field and making sure that things are suitable for our city use and our needs. So the RFP was issued in July. We had 17 contractors, vendors, and industry professionals email directly about this to make them aware. We had 24 vendors attend the pre-bid meeting. We had 8 proposals received on that September 18th, and all lighting contractors were on the vendors list that we submitted. So the encouraging thing, we had a great response. Everybody we contacted responded. And keep in mind that many of these vendors are not local, they're national. So we had responses from all over the United States for this effort. We had a rigorous 4-month review process. The scoring was done by myself and 3 members of RPM. 2 of the 8 members failed to meet the basic requirements. So by that, I mean, they did not meet the technical portion of the requirement. They're basically 6 of them submitted binders of all the technical skills. 2 thought they were fine just submitting pricing, which was not appropriate, and we disregarded those 2. We narrowed that selection down to 3 after a scoring of both technical and price proposals. And then we did interviews with them, and then we narrowed it down to 2. I did reference checks on those 2. And then ultimately, we are recommending tonight to award the contract to the Partnership for Rhode Island Street Lighting Management, otherwise known as PRISM. They emerged as a clear choice for a variety of reasons. One is during my reference checks, they came back with very positive feedback from multiple communities that they've done work for. They've done extensive work in Rhode Island. They've done thousands of streetlights, and the biggest thing is that they've done thousands of streetlights with Rhode Island National Grid and locally. So a lot of the firms from around the country may have done some in Maine and Pennsylvania, but the nuances of calculating everything here and dealing with National Grid, there's some nuance in it. And so I felt confident that this team could take that on. They have a strong customer support team, and that came out during the references that when a fix needed to happen, they responded. The call center was great to work with. And then the bid, quite honestly, was $1 million less, which never hurts. Overall, on our pricing, they came in on average about $1 million less on all of the components that would make up the system. So it was somewhat of a no-brainer from our standpoint. So where do we go from here? Ideally, if you were to approve tonight, we'd work with the PRISM team to develop a defined design for the system. We'd run life cycle costs and refine those. We've already run quite a few pro formas and financial statements to get us at that $700,000 savings number. We'd pilot the fixtures in the field, make sure, looking at the cutoffs of the fixtures, making sure there's not too much glare, looking at color temperatures, really trying to dig deep to make sure that we make the right fit for the city based on all of the experience of the team. We would have to purchase the inventory. So by inventory, I mean the arms, the actual fixtures themselves, some poles. So National Grid obviously owns a lot of wood poles that their electricity goes on, but there's also independent poles that we would prospectively own. The approximate cost of that is about $50,000, which the good thing is that that's not a bad price. The bad thing is, the reason it's not a bad price is a lot of the infrastructure is old and has depreciated, which means we'll have probably a little bit more rewiring to do when we do the conversions. But on the flip side of that, we'll be addressing all of those needs in one shot. We'll have to maintain the system, and that's something we have to do. National Grid requires that we maintain the system while we do the conversion. We'll initiate the conversion of the system, and then we'll have to do ongoing maintenance moving forward. So I know that may be a question that members come to me with. I just want to be upfront with perspective schedule on everything. Again, this is subject to change also based on weather, because you'll see that we begin conversion effort mid-January, which if it's anything like this past year, we'll be able to blow forward without any problems. If it's snowy winter, we may be slowed down a bit and it may push the schedule out. But you can see, basically, we're hoping to purchase from July to October from National Grid the inventory. Call center operations and maintenance will be online by October 2020, prospectively. We ramp up the conversion and then get to the conversion over the winter months, hoping to convert the entire completion in July. And like I said, this contract will be extended to cover the call center operations, prospectively a year from now. So before the system is even fully converted, you'll be reviewing it, and I expect that I'll be making another presentation. I also want to do tonight, just be upfront, because I know many of you received, and I want to make sure that I enter this as a project manager, being very forthright with you, and I'm always open to questions. And some already came up. There was an email that was sent out in January, posing some concerns about system designs and about colors of temperatures and lights, and they cited an AMA study. This specific group called Soft Lights managed to get a little bit of traction in emails, and basically just threw a little wrench in things, I think prematurely, because we haven't gotten to the system design yet. I just wanted to address it because that AMA report has been refuted quite a bit. It was basically a publication that was based on other literature. So they they looked up words like lighting and health and LEDs and took this sort of aggregate of knowledge and pieced it all together into this paper that asserted that streetlights may be unhealthy in some ways, if done quote unquote incorrectly. And so it was a very limited scope. It had a lot of assumptions in it. We could speak to you at length, but I will tell you that what eventually came out of it is not all of the suggestions are bad, right? Color temperature is not a specific LED necessarily thing. Color temperatures have to do with the technology and the ability to get different color renderings. I will say that we are going to keep this in mind going forward through the design process, but it won't be the basis of all our decisions because, quite honestly, I don't think it would be responsible to make that study the basis of all of our decisions. So I will say that millions of LEDs have been installed throughout the United States in offices, residential houses, and those kelvins of temperatures, for those who don't know a Kelvin, it's basically an indication of how warm a light is, how it looks. So for those who are familiar with daylight bulbs, those are about 4,000 kelvins. For those who are looking for that warm white Christmas light look, that's around 2,700 to 3,000. What they're advocating for is more of that warm look, reducing the blue spectrum, which I think is doable. The original LEDs, for those who remember about 10 years ago when they first came out, they're 5,000 Kelvin. They're this like really ice white blue spectrum. And that's really a lot of what they referred to. Those aren't really even used or available as much. We're going to be using 4,000 and below. DOT uses 4,000 on highways. It's likely we'll probably be around 3,000. So I won't belabor that, but I just want you to know that ultimately the design will address public health and public safety first. And that's what we're looking at, vehicular, pedestrian safety. We obviously don't want to endanger our residents, and we will take that into account. And you can see the differences in the colors of the kelvins just in this photo. So the upper picture is probably about 2,700, which is a lot of what we have now. The bottom might be, more towards the 4,000, probably less. I'll let some of my team members who are online maybe chime in on that. But you can see the glare difference. You can see the spill difference. Look at that neighbor's house at night. So there is a lot of benefits to this. So we're going to be based on decisions on data, on the team we have involved, and we will consider anybody's input, but ultimately we have to do what's best for our state. So finally, we're going to, again, prospectively, this gets approved tonight. We're going to finish the design, and we're going to move forward from here. And does anybody have any questions?
Thank you, Tim. I'm sorry, Lucas. You did a very good job working with this. I know it's been a lot of effort on your part and your colleagues and the mayor as well. And certainly it's something that we've discussed over and over for some period of time. I think it's important for all of us to consider the benefits of this, in addition to the lighting, of course. One of the big questions comes up is the payback. And you addressed the payback. You had said it's approximately 3 years for that. So I'm just going to touch on a few highlights just to reiterate. So we have about 9,000 poles here in the city. And I know for certain every single person on this city council has had our share of calls from constituents where street lights are out. We have red cap street lights, which can be a very onerous process to try and get those red caps removed and get those lights lit. We have some poles that perhaps don't need a light at all. This is going to light up all the poles in the city. All the lights that we have now, 9,000 will be lit. So we'll no longer have any red cap lights. I know it's sometimes a torture to get these lights replaced when they burn out or they're struck by a storm, whatever. And I'm particularly happy to hear about the 5-day replacement and the 2-hour for emergency services. The concern with the lighting effects that you just spoke to, I'd like to just point out that I think to a lot more folks, not only in Rhode Island, but throughout the country that are using these same technologies for their street lights. So this isn't certainly anything that has just grown out of the city of Warwick. And I know for certain that the grid for many years has been installing free LED lights in people's places of business. We have LED lights in our homes. We have LED lights in our flashlights, in our headsets. So they're certainly all over the place. And I think it's fair to say that the totality of all of that lighting between the homes, the businesses, smallest things as technology has it, is probably significantly more than we have with 9,000 streetlights. Is that a safe assumption, Lucas?
Yeah, I would say, as you said, we work in environments every day that have much higher color temperatures. And to the point that National Grid also has programs, as you know, for interior retrofits, deep energy retrofits for school buildings, for office buildings, and that's all LED technology.
Lucas, are they also using, in addition to the schools, are they also using LED technology in hospitals and in doctors' offices and chiropractors' offices and therapists and clinical workers, et cetera?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Any questions from members of the committee? Councilman McAllister.
Thank you. Lucas, I just want to thank you. That was a great presentation. You laid it out exactly, all the steps. You highlighted how you had a number of vendors. You had even 24 attend the pre-bid meeting, 8 proposals that you received, that you went through all of them to get it exactly what you were looking for. You talked about the savings we're going to see annually, the savings we're going to see over the life of the bond. These are very important things. But as Chairman Lattiser pointed out, we get calls all the time from individuals when these lights go out. People are working third shift, they're coming home late at night or early in the morning. The light is out, there's nobody around, and then we're waiting 2-3 months sometimes to get these lights fixed. And I think this will be a major improvement. I think this is a great program. I thank you and the administration for all the work that you did. We saw the timeline in this. You've been doing a lot of work on this for a long time. And I think that was a really good presentation that you gave us today that lays out exactly what the next steps are, where we were, where we are, where we're going. So I look forward to supporting this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. And it should be noted that, when the mayor assigned me this task, he really wanted to make sure that we did, as you know, we had a prior effort on this. And Mayor Solomon wanted to make sure we did quite a bit of due diligence on this one. He did not want to approach it the same way. And so you can see that tonight, it took a while, took about 1.5 years, but I think, we accomplished that goal for the mayor, which was, really see this process through in a methodical way, data driven, and I expect that to be the same way moving forward.
Thank you, Lucas. Thank you, Councilman McAllister.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Councilman Howe.
Thank you, sir. I wanted to also ask Lucas, if I understood it correctly, one of the things that was on the slide is that, let's say the lights will be, because you mentioned about people's concern about the brightness of the lights. The lights will be allowed to be adjusted. So if there is an emergency, the lights in that one block area can be lit to be completely bright to assist in the emergency response vehicles, and then go back to a normal evening glow, if you will, when the emergency is all set, correct?
So yes and no. Okay. So I will say there's 2 things there. One is, can we adjust it at install? Absolutely. So things like light spill into people's windows is an issue. So we will go through and we can put cutoffs. One of the specific fixtures we're considering has, I think it's up to like 9 different cutoffs. And we can apply to the fixture to cut that light off. As far as dimming up and down, it really depends on the control system that we select. We had gotten bids on 3 different types of controls, 2 of which have dimming smart capabilities, I'll say. One of them is full capability, so we get direct feedback from the fixture, everything else. But that comes at a cost, and at a cost of upwards of $600,000 to $700,000 additional, plus yearly maintenance costs. So when we had looked at this, I'll be very forthright. We're considering more of a dusk to dawn option with what we call a simple dimming. So it would basically be pre-adjusted dimming to take advantage of the tariffs from National Grid, because they don't charge us based on actual usage. They charge us based on tariffs. So if we commit to adjusting those light levels down at a certain time, they will give us a better rate. All
Okay.
right. If we go forward with network controls, we could do prospectively what you were saying. Take a block, raise the light levels, lower the light levels at our own whim. In speaking with Providence specifically, they do have that capability. They haven't used it once. And
Okay.
so as we go through this analysis, and I've met with Mr. D'Amico on this, on the financial analysis, really looking at, okay, where's the payback? Does it make sense? I think we'll probably err in the direction of going with the simple on-off photo cell with the dimmer option, for the reason that we get greatest financial benefit. Plus, I don't know if Rhode Island DOT is going to take over the systems on state roadways. If they do, basically we lose all that investment, right? So I'm better at giving them very low-cost photo cells and let them stick on their own network controls. And then at that point later on, if we want to come back and add network controls, it's a plug-and-play option. It's literally a node that you screw on top of the light, and then you can create what they call a mesh network or a cloud-based system. I know that's a long answer, but I just want to be,
You educated me, and that's what I was looking for, and I thank you, because there was so much information being put out there that you really kind of clarified what I was looking for, and that makes all the sense in the world to me. And I agree, I don't want to put the cart before the horse, so let's wait to see what the DOT, what they take on, and it's better to come back and seek improvements and build-ons. And I do want to say, going on what Councilman McAllister said, this is all part of the council and the mayor working together on the city safety initiative. And I can't thank you enough for all the work you've done on this. And I think you've done a phenomenal job, and I'm pretty excited moving forward. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're muted, Mr. Chairman.
Now can you hear me?
Yeah.
Now can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. So Lucas, could you just reiterate again what it would be costing the city going forward per year if we did not approve this lighting program?
Yeah, so I'm actually just looking at my spreadsheet right now. So our total current electrical cost and maintenance is around $961,000 a year. We would prospectively save $700,000 of that per year moving forward if we do this conversion and we switch over to our own maintenance, and we save on the energy. And that, just to note, some may know, some may not know, we have a virtual net metering agreement for our solar fields, and we did account for that deduction in the savings. So that's a conservative estimate that incorporates our also reduction in savings on the overall bill for the net metering.
So this is a cost savings per year.
Right.
We're looking at an initial outlay of 3.1 million to have a rate of return of 720 million upwards, I'm sorry, 720,000 upwards of 900,000 per year going forward, correct?
That's correct. And like I said, we didn't account for that bump in the tariff. And that also doesn't account if we don't do this now. Because if anybody knows National Grid, they've raised rates pretty consistently. So that doesn't account any future raises that National Grid does.
And with interest rates, so we're basically, I think at the lowest run of the ladder as we're going to get on interest rates, doing this now versus trying to tackle something like this in a couple of years from now. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. The interest rates are phenomenally low. Anybody, well, the refi market on houses is any indication, right? Everyone's refining their homes. It's the same thing here. If you can get that money at low cost, you're actually beating out all the future costs that are going to be pending on that system and all the raised rates. So it's a great time to do it.
Thank you, Lucas. I also echo the comments from my colleagues here on the committee. I think this is a very, very good job by everyone. Certainly, due diligence was presented. Any other questions from members of the council?
Just a quick one, it's more of a statement.
Councilman Sinapi.
No, this whole LED switch will help solve a lot of issues, at least in Ward 8. So very much looking forward to this project going forward.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other comments from members of the council?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Councilwoman Travis.
Yes, again, I don't want to echo everybody, but Lucas, I want to thank you and the administration for all the work you did when Mayor Solomon brought this up. This is one of my biggest problems. Those red caps were a pain. I mean, I had so many people complaining about them, and it wasn't months, it was years that they've been complaining about them. And this is going to be such an improvement for the city, not only the savings, but I'm looking forward to having it done. The public's health and safety is the first issue, the most important issue. But if we can get the city to save money on the lightings, have better lightings across the city, it's 100%. And I always worked good with you, Lucas. You've worked very hard with the Oakland Beach Association with our master plans, and if it was all year and a half that it took you to do it, you did an ace. It was 100% perfect. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other comments, questions from members of the council?
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Lucas, I too agree that it's a great program. I know that Councilman Solomon at the time was pushing for this before he became the mayor. And I know a lot of us felt the same way. So I'm glad that it's finally coming to fruition. There were a couple of questions that I was interested in with regard to maintenance. In particular, regarding the poles where these go. Can you do we have a forecast as to what we think maintenance will be? Because the other problem that I know I have and a lot of my council colleagues have are these poles that National Grid left over. I apologize. Should have shut that off. That a lot of these National Grid poles that are causing problems. And I'm not too sure what's going to happen in the future. Obviously, they have to maintain the poles for their electrical systems. We're maintaining the lights. So is there any cost associated with maintaining the poles?
So, and I do have members of PRISM and RPM on the line, so I could pull them in on this if the answer isn't sufficient, but the wood poles themselves are owned by National Grid. We're not buying that infrastructure. They need to carry cables for electricity, communications, other things. So if that pole gets knocked down, the wood poles get put up by National Grid. There are a limited number of poles that we will buy. I think it was a couple hundred that are freestanding light posts. So if those get knocked down, there will be provisions in our contract that under emergency maintenance provisions that they go out and will carry a cost. We did carry it in our pro forma financial document percentage. I think it was 20% of our yearly maintenance just for knockdowns, unexpecteds, above and beyond. And that actually was a recommendation from PRISM based on their experience in Providence to have a little bit of cushion just in case we happen to get a spike. As we know, going to the Apponaug Circulator lately, I'm thankful that we don't have to take over those lights. But you can see the amount of knockdowns in that area. Ours are mostly on residential streets, which is a great thing because they don't tend to get hit as much. So we do have built-in provisions for that. That is part of the emergency response and then our maintenance plan. We built that in. And as far as the wood pole knockdowns, if they get knocked down, what they do is they basically tape our fixture to the pole and say, city, you put it up. You own the infrastructure, you put it up. At which point we would have PRISM go out, call out a contractor and put that up, and then we'd have to file an insurance claim if we could on the party that hit the pole. Hopefully that answers your question.
Yes, suppose we're in a situation someday where people decide to start burying the lines, so National Grid doesn't need a pole. Is that something that we would be responsible for putting up our own poles?
I guess that's a fair question. They don't like to go underground as it is because it's so costly now. I couldn't project out that far, you know, of whether they would want to put that sort of investment in. I guess if they don't want to carry the poles, then they would prospectively, you know, we would have to go on to a single freestanding pole at that point. That would have to be something that would be discussed with National Grid. Again, it's a fair question. I think unlikely to happen at this point, just because the cost to bury infrastructure is so high, especially in a city like ours that is already developed. If it was anything new, you know, as you know, any new subdivision that's going underground, obviously. So that's not a great answer, but I really don't know the answer to that question. I don't know why anybody can answer that question at this point. I would think it would have to be involved that National Grid coming to the table and proposing that, and us coming to some sort of resolution.
And could you also talk a little bit about solar and how that works into lighting too? And what the future of solar is and how that could affect lighting costs?
I mean, I guess there's a couple different slants on that way. So could you be a little bit more specific, Mr. President? In which regard? Just financially, or?
Yes, and what the cost is for solar. In other words, go off the grid.
Yeah, so there's a lot going on with solar. That's almost like a whole nother topic. But we are plugged into a virtual net metering agreement with the city. We realize the savings loosely 25 to 30% on our electric bill, based on the billing that I've seen I pulled from finance. The reason I say approximately, it's sometimes tough to drill down because we have a third party, the money gets passed through, and figuring out our finite savings on that. But I will tell you that obviously solar infrastructure is getting larger. A lot of it is virtual net metering. So solar fields, let's say in the city or elsewhere, public entities can tap into. We're pretty much virtual net metered out. So we're not going to realize any additional savings. I don't believe the schools are on a contract. I actually sat down with Tony Ferrucci and the superintendent at one point recommending they get on virtual net metering on their side. That is something they could certainly take advantage of. Eventually, there'll be a somewhat saturation in the market, mainly because honestly, like you take here in Warwick, there's only a certain amount of land you can develop solar. So I don't see us completely getting off the grid. You know, what you will see is batteries are becoming more popular, battery banking. And so they're trying to store that energy for longer terms to take the stress off the system in high peak periods. But I think it's going to be a long time before we realize a real off the grid sort of future for everybody. And as you can see, a lot of it's transition to natural gas. How that impacts lighting in the near future, as far as we're concerned, we've already built in those savings into our prospectus, our pro forma. So, you know, we already have a conservative estimate of our savings. How solar will impact that? Probably won't, quite honestly, as far as street lighting is concerned. It may drive the market down. What I would expect is in the short term, National Grid will continue to raise rates because they have to maintain the infrastructure, and there's a big fight going on for National Grid that basically I have virtual net metering. I don't pay that portion of my bill because if I get a $0 bill, I don't pay the infrastructure cost. So that's a pretty good deal for me. But it's not a great deal for National Grid. So those rates are going to continue to go up until they'll probably come to a point where they can start eventually to go down. That's a really long answer, but it's a complex issue. So I don't know if that drives you.
So those, you know, you mentioned batteries. When you look at what's on Route 95 sometimes, is that stored in batteries?
For DOT lighting?
Yes, for the DOT lighting.
I can't answer that. I would say that probably no. Battery technology hasn't gotten to where it should be. And so Most of that lighting it's the same electricity you and I get. There's nothing special about street lighting. It pulls from the same grid. It goes through the only difference is it doesn't go through a meter. It gets tariffed. So I would love it to go through a meter because I think we're getting overcharged. What they do is they set a tariff based on a median wattage, and then they basically charge everyone a kind of a lump rate. Eventually, with new technologies, one thing I do see coming is with the new technologies, if eventually National Grid goes to a metering type format, I could see that the city would then want to invest in a network control system, because then you can get actual metered energy and we'd probably pay less. But right now it's just based on tariffs and you get incentives for different dimming. But no, as far as batteries are concerned, just bringing it back down around to that, no difference than what we're doing, than RIDOT's doing, than Providence or anybody else. We're pulling off the grid just like your house, my house, everyone's.
And the last question I had was, do we have the ability to someday expand for 5G service and rent to the Verizons of the world?
So that's a fair point. I think as far as 5G is concerned, right now, if we go with the simple photocell system, it's not really affecting us, right? We're not creating a mesh network, which is a series of repeaters, and it basically creates a Wi-Fi network between the streetlights. And we're also not going with, Verizon has a fairly new system that's cloud-based. Basically, it's an individual node that communicates directly with the cell tower, and it aggregates that data in a cloud-based program. We're prospectively not doing either of those right now. I think it's honestly a little premature on the Verizon side because I'm a little worried about contract costs in the future once you lock in with the provider. I do see with 5G, it's like anything. The ability to tap into things is going to expand, and we may want to evaluate in 5 or 10 years once things mature, whether it's prudent to move forward with a network control system. I think, taking a slow approach to this is the way to go. And the reason I say that is, if you look at systems from 10 years ago that used 5,000 Kelvin light fixtures, that used network technology that is now outdated, you kind of look at them and point to them as the example and say, that's not me. That's not the way I want to go. So, to your point, as far as 5G, I think it's prudent to let 5G mature a little bit until we jump into that market and really take advantage of that. But is it a perspective, what we have the ability to tap in? Absolutely.
So nothing in what we're doing now is going to prevent us from possibly looking at another revenue source if that becomes feasible and appealing.
No, you're talking about small cell tower based technology and whatnot. No, those will go up independent. Street lights have nothing to do with that technology as per se.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions from members of the council? Are there any questions from members of the public?
We don't have any hand raised at this time.
Are there any questions from members of the public?
We do not have any hands raised at this time.
Hearing none, I would request a motion.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion for favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, number 20, 2023-24, purchase new paratransit van found on page 10.
Good evening, Chair Lattiser and members of the Finance Committee. I'm here tonight with Bob
Meg,
Smith.
just state your name for the record, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Meg Underwood, the Director of Senior Services. I apologize.
Thank you.
And again, Bob Smith, who's the Transportation Planner, has joined me. So I am here to present the bid recommendation for the paratransit van for Transwick. Our fleet is aging rapidly and still in a great deal of use, although a little less so now during the pandemic. We secured funding through the Office of Healthy Aging which is formerly the Department of Elderly Affairs, for this van back in January. We went out to bid, and the initial bids had to be rejected. We've been having problems with bids that would either include an interior step, which pose a problem for seniors, or steps that are too high, which also presents a problem for seniors. So in this last round of bidding, we did have a bidder who either met or exceeded the specifications, and that is Don Brown Bus Sales of Johnstown, New York. As I've indicated, there were two bids from Matthews Bus Service that came in lower, but again, there was the problem of the steps that simply are not workable for our older adults. So this bid is in the amount of $69,595. Again, that would be paid for in full through a grant, state designated grant.
Thank you, Meg. So I think it's important to reiterate the issue of the rise of each of these steps. In the building code, I believe the rise cannot exceed, it's either 8 inches or 8.5 inches, I forget exactly, per step. So 9.5 inches, that's a significant increase in the rise of that step, particularly for a senior. I think that's very important to recognize here. We're not talking about a vehicle that's going to be transporting young adults, children, middle-aged folks. We're talking about a vehicle that's going to be transporting seniors who certainly have, and I can speak to that as a senior. We have our aches and pains and difficulties going up and down stairs. To have a rise of 9.5, which exceeds the building code by at least an inch, I can see where that's problematic. Meg, I do have a question. What is the difference between those vehicles that have that excessive rise in the step and the $69,595 that you're asking for?
I believe they're using different chassis. The one that we were quoted by Don Bus Sales is a 2021 Starcraft All-Star. It is a Ford chassis. My understanding is that the Chevy may possibly have a chassis with smaller steps, although nobody quoted on that, and that was laid out in the specifications. But the Chevy chassis have a step. Once the senior has gone up the 3 steps and they're on the floor of the bus, the Chevys, and unfortunately we have one right now, has a short step, like a lip, which is really, really the worst thing you could do for a senior is to surprise them with I think it's like a 5-inch lip. So, and I think that's the difference. I do not know why the other bus companies, especially when we did a rebid for that exact reason, ignored that specification, but that's what happened.
So now you bring up even a more significant concern is not only do we have an excessively high rise, we also have a short step. And
right.
That is, that's definitely a building code violation as well. And I understand we're not talking about a building, but you might as well be talking about a building when it comes to a senior that has to go in the street, up the driveway, and climb up these particular stairs to access this van. But Meg, you didn't, at least I didn't hear you tell me what the difference was in the bids.
Oh, I apologize. In the price of bids, I apologize. I thought I had put that in the letter and I didn't, but hang on and I will get that for you. The Matthews, one was $63,974. And I apologize. Here. Bob, can you-
I got it right here, Meg.
thanks, Bob. I was hoping you were there.
Matthews submitted two bids, one with a GM chassis for 63,974 and one with a Ford chassis for 66,494. And the Don Brown bid was for 69,595. The Matthews, both bids with the Matthews, for both Matthews vehicles, they weren't compliant with that, with the step specifications. There was a 9.5-inch rise on both buses, and there was an additional lip in the aisle with the GM vehicle. So that's the reason we're going with Don Brown. He has a 7.5-inch rise, the 9-inch tread, and no obstruction beyond the top step. So he was compliant in all counts.
Thank you, Bob. So, you know, in the bidding world, which I deal with all the time, if one chooses to vary from the RFP and what the particular entity is looking for, then you run the risk of not being compliant with the bid. I don't see where there's any differences here in the monies that certainly would change my mind with regard to the potential for seniors to have a problem both entering and leaving this vehicle. And it's even compounded knowing that we have a trip hazard there as well. So with that said, I would like to ask, before I move on to members of the committee. So Meg, tell us again what the necessity is, why this vehicle is needed at this particular time, and what's the significance of not providing this vehicle?
Sure. I actually am probably going to have Bob give you a background on the age of our current vehicles. You know, obviously, during this pandemic, the vehicles are being used to deliver meals to folks who can't get out. We're currently sending out somewhere in the neighborhood of 200 to 300 meals per day on the buses. But in normal times, we are making about 600 trips per week with these vehicles, and they are aging. So Bob, do you want to add to the background of the age and shape of the vehicles we're using now?
Yeah, sure, certainly. We have a total of 6 buses in service right now. 4 of the 4 newest buses are one 2013 GM and 3 2014 GMs. All 4 are gas vehicles. The 2 oldest vehicles in the fleet are 2007 Ford diesels, which are in constant need of repair. So the maintenance is getting excessive. The components on these vehicles, such as wheelchairs, wheelchair lifts, AC units, front and rear, are starting to fail. So, and those are two of the big factors with the seniors that we're transporting. We want them to be comfortable while they're in the vehicle, and if we have vehicles on the road that don't provide AC in the summertime, it's a critical situation. We had a third diesel bus that was we had retired this year because it was just too costly to repair. The other 2 are catching up to that. We're just chasing good money after bad in the older vehicles. And as far as the 4 newer gas vehicles, they're, believe it or not, you know, they're every year goes by faster and faster. So we're looking at vehicles that are 6 years old. The shelf life of these vehicles basically really about 10 years, 10 to 12 years before the failures start to catch up with it, and it becomes too costly to repair and maintain. So at this point, we get the funding from the state, the Office of Healthy Living. It's a perfect opportunity. You know, right now our mission has changed quite a bit since the Corona situation. Hopefully, once we get through this situation, we'll go back to what we were doing before, and as far as our number of trips per week, and so a new bus at this time would be well worth it.
Thank you, Bob. Last question I have is, was this on the capital purchasing budget that was submitted for this year?
Yes, it was, Councilman. This was something that we believed would come through from the state. It took some time to get the contract correct and get it signed and everything before we could go out to bid, but it was on the capital expenditures for this year.
Thank you, Meg. Any questions from members of the committee? Councilman McAllister.
Thank you. And I want to thank the director. She had reached out to me about this. You know, this is a state grant. It's definitely well needed, as Bob and Meg spoke about. Also, there's some timing issues on this that we want to be aware of, because it is a state grant. We have to follow their timeline, so it is due soon. So Meg wanted to make sure that she got this before us. I think we're all in agreement that this is a great purchase for our seniors, and I look forward to supporting it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions from members of the committee? Hearing none. Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public?
There are no hand raised this time.
Do we have any questions from members of the public?
No hands raised at this time.
Thank you. Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
Second.
Seconded.
We have a motion favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Thank you, Meg.
Thank you very much.
Bob. Good job.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, Council.
Sorry, next on the list, 2016-081, State of Rhode Island Paint Supplies, found on page 22. Hi, Christie, state your name for the record, please.
Good evening, everyone. Christy Moretti, Department of Public Works. The department actually would like to withdraw this request.
At the request of the sponsor, we have a motion I will make a motion to withdraw. Need a second?
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion is to withdraw. Thank you, Christie. Item number 4, 2016-081B, State of Rhode Island Paint Supplies, found on page 31.
James Scott, Parks and Recreation.
Hi,
We would
James.
also like, hi, how you doing, Chairman? We
Good,
would
go ahead.
we would also like to withdraw this request.
Make a motion to withdraw at the request of the sponsor. I need a second.
Mr. Chairman,
Sir,
in order to remove these items from the consent calendar, we need to put them in unfavorable action. So if we could go back to the prior item and do a motion to reconsider on bid 2016-081A and follow that with a motion for unfavorable action, and that will keep it in line within the consent calendar itself.
okay, let's go back up to 2016-081 at the request of the solicitor, the council solicitor, that is. I make a motion for unfavorable action. Need a second?
Second, do we have to bring it back first?
Sure.
Yeah, all right, so bring back
reconsider.
to reconsideration on 2016-081, withdraw the original bid, withdraw the original motion.
Yeah, I second that.
Okay, we have a motion to withdraw the original. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we need a motion for unfavorable action on 2016-081.
I unfavorable action.
We have a
Seconded.
motion for unfavorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Item 2016, same issue. We're going to need a motion for unfavorable action.
I make a motion for unfavorable action.
We have a motion
Seconded.
for unfavorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. 2016-171, State of Rhode Island Software Government Procurement, and that is found on page 40.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, Phil Carlucci, MIS Director. I'm going to follow suit and respectfully request this be withdrawn.
You guys are making our job easy. I need a motion for unfavorable action.
I make a motion for unfavorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion for unfavorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Hold on. We need PCRs for all of those?
No, by having the, hold on one second, please. That is correct. Each of those items should have a PCR associated with the item.
Okay, so with that said, does that mean we get to reconsider these again with a PCR or just assign a PCR to them?
Just assign the new PCRs to the bids going back to bid 2016-081A.
Okay,
Would be
2016-081A, Madam Clerk, can you give us a
4320.
piece? What is it?
PCR 4320.
PCR 4320. Item 2016-081 will become PCR 4420. And PCR on 2016-171 will become PCR 4520. Thank you for that clarification, Madam Clerk and Bill. Okay, moving on, 2016-231, State of Rhode Island lamps, ballast related.
Didn't take it.
Sorry,
Did you take a vote on that one? On Phil's?
okay, under 2016-171, we did take a vote on it. It was moved by 7, seconded by 3, and all favorable. So that was on PCR 4520 on 2016-171. We all good? Okay, thank you. So back to 2016-231, found on page 39, State of Rhode Island lamps, ballasts, etc. Hi, Christy, go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. The department requests to withdraw this request.
Okay, this will be PCR 4620. And at the request of the sponsor to withdraw, we need a motion for unfavorable action.
I make a motion for unfavorable action.
Do we have a second?
Seconded.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Item 2018-296, limited scope zoning rewrite, and that is found on page 71.
Mr. Chairman, we had requested that this item be taken off the docket, please.
Thank you, Luke. This item will become PCR 4720 at the request of the sponsor to remove. I need a motion for unfavorable action.
I make a motion for unfavorable action.
We have a motion, we have a second. Councilman
Seconded.
Howell seconds, all in favor? Aye.
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 Next item, 2020-094 HVAC maintenance. That is found on page 85.
James Scott, Parks and Recreation.
Go ahead, James.
So we're looking under section 612 to extend the contract for North Star Refrigeration, which is the company responsible for HVAC maintenance at their arena. They take care of the ice compressors. We awarded the bid last year. There were new bids we added to the list as we extended it out. We received multiple bids. What I found is that the quality of service and the price we received from this bidder has really stabilized what was going on at the hockey rink. When I took over, there was a lot of mechanical issues that were recurrent and emergency calls and things breaking and just a lot of stuff happening kind of arbitrarily because it was a reactive maintenance plan that I inherited. And with North Star, I've been able to put in a preventive maintenance plan where things are scheduled, and on the one or two occasions something got wrong, they got there very quickly and dealt with it quickly and professionally. And I feel it's we made a lot of progress with this bid, and I'm hoping to extend it for another year to kind of keep building on the stuff that we did.
James, what did we expend in this budget item last year?
I have a total of 44,840.
So you expended 44,840. So that was significantly less than the 82,000. Can you just explain to us why the difference?
Yeah, I think that the 82,000, when that originally came on, I think that was I had requested 2 years and at 41 a year, and for whatever reason it came out of council as one. So you guys ended up awarding 1 year bid, Mr. Chairman. It came out 1 for 82. So I think that was that ultimately is like just an error in the docket, but it's 44 range. That's more in line with what we would expect to spend. I expect that number to go down a little next year because a lot of the things that they fixed were things that hadn't been, like valves that hadn't been replaced in years and things like that. And what we've identified is the maintenance schedule. If you follow what's in the manual, replace things when it's supposed to be replaced, the machine will last longer.
So, James, is the ice rinks, ice areas, are they open now?
I'm proud to report that Thayer Arena opened today. So we're starting with just our sort of large volume renters as we get our COVID plan, as we implement, work the bugs out, get people in the habit of coming in and out. But yes, the ice rink opened today, and we're happy to have people in there again.
So in reality, what you're asking for is when you say you want to extend this contract for a year, I'm assuming you want to extend it for a year in the amount of, in this case, what I'm looking at now is 45,000, not 82,000. Is that correct?
That's correct. I don't see the cap being what it is or what came out last time. I don't see any need to extend that right now and ask for additional monies.
All right, so again, to be clear, this contract was an $82,000 contract. So in reality, you're looking to extend it for 1 year in the amount of 41,000?
That's correct.
Okay. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public?
There are no hands raised at this time.
Any questions from members of the public regarding 2020-094?
No hands raised at this time.
Thank you. So be looking for a motion specific to extend this contract from August 30th, 2020 to August 29th, 2021 in the amount of $41,000. I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any other questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, making a
Sure.
modification to this item.
How is that? The contract initially was a 2-year contract for 82,000, and we just amended it. Or actually, we just approved it for an extension for 1 year, which I'm assuming, which would be just half the amount, right? And we made that motion to specifically to that amount in the time frame.
Catching up here. Okay, so the period as presented is being maintained. Is that correct?
Yes. Sorry, I gotta get used to this. Press the button thing. So the original request was August 30th, 2020 through August 29th, 2021, which is a 1-year contract versus the original, which is a 2-year for 82,000, leaving their 1-year request for 41,000. And
Okay,
that's all in the motion.
Thank you for that clarification. I just wanted to make sure nothing was being modified. Proceed as the vote had intended. Thank you.
No, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, moving on. We're looking at 2021-171, testing and repair of self-contained breathing apparatus found on page 92.
Good evening, Jason Howard from the fire department. The
Evening, Chief.
fire department's requesting a 6/12 alteration to the bid for an additional 6-month term. That'll take it through 12/15 of 20, and requested an additional $7,500 for a total award for this bid of $15,000.
And Chief, what have you spent to date in this line item?
So far, we've spent $3,635. That leaves us, a little less than $4,000 left in that bid. But we do anticipate a $7,500 invoice come in the fall. That's when we do our annual flow test of all of our devices.
Okay, so you're anticipating an additional invoice or an invoice for $7,500. Is this a hard and fast number, or is this a guesstimate?
This is a hard and fast number based on the bid, the results of the bid. So the pricing for those annual flow tests on the amount of devices we have, it'll be about $7,500. That'll leave us about $3,800 or $3,900 for repairs for the remainder of the 6 months.
And that's assuming you test how many of these scuba gears?
We're required to test them all annually. It's about 180 air packs total.
Okay, about 180 air packs. So you're required by contractual requirement to test these?
That's an NFPA standard, annual flow testing.
Okay, so you have how much in your account right now?
Are we talking the budget or the bid cap?
No, I'm sorry, in that particular bid cap.
So we spent $36.35. That leaves us just shy of about $4,000 left. We're looking to increase it by $7,500, which would cover the cost of the flow test. That'll leave us that remaining $3,800 or so to do repairs for the next 6 months on the air packs. We spent $3,600 in just repairs over the last 6 months.
Okay. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Do we have any questions from members of the public?
There are no hands raised at this time.
Do we have any questions from members of the public? Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
2020, you're welcome. 2020-266, and that is found on page 98. Go ahead, Christie.
Department requests to withdraw.
Okay. And at the request of the sponsor, I need a motion to withdraw unfavorable action, please.
I make a motion for unfavorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion, we have a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, is there a PCR on that?
There is a PCR. The PCR was 4820.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, 2020-274, maintenance contract for laptop and tablets, and that is found on page 106.
Good evening, Lori Michaelides on behalf of the Police Department.
Good evening,
March,
Major.
good evening. In March, the Police Department went out to bid on a maintenance contract for 9 Panasonic laptops and 28 GTAC tablets under bid number 2020-274, and we received 2 bids. The Police Department's recommending that this contract be awarded to the lowest overall bidder, Electronic Risk Consultants of Phillipsburg, New Jersey. If approved, financing for this purchase would be from Budget Code 30-340 for a total not to exceed $5,815.
Thank you, Major. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public?
There are no hands raised at this time.
Do I have any questions from members of the public?
Still none.
Thank you. I need a motion on 2020-274.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye, thank you. Thank you, Major. 2020-285, found on page 109, Power Wash Plus. Christie, go ahead.
Department requests to award this bid in the amount of $4,000 to Shiraz Incorporated for a 1-year period, June 10, 2020 to June 9th, 2021.
Christie, what do you have left in the bid amount on this item?
Right now, we've only spent $2730 and we asked for the same cap. So we have $1270 left in the cap.
Okay, Christie, I've read your position paper on this, and I understand that the product that was used by the current vendor has not met your satisfaction or performance requirements. Is that correct?
The low bidder.
Right, the low
It's
bidder.
more like a car wash
Right.
type thing, not a degreaser. So we're
Right.
asking to award to Shiraz.
Okay. Christie, I'm going to support this in doing the quick math, and anyone can correct me if you feel I'm wrong. Christie has said that it's $3.05 a barrel. Doing the math, that's about 72.73 barrels. I come up with a $221 difference. I don't have a problem with that, given the fact that the quality of the product is better. It's going to result in less labor time to do what it's intended to do. I think it's worth $221. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public?
There are no hands raised at this time.
Do we have any questions from members of the public?
Still none, sir.
Thank you. I need a motion on 2020-285.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion for favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Christie. 2020-288, design, print, and mail consumer confidence report. Item found on page 112.
Good evening, Mr. Chairperson.
Good evening, Terry.
Terry DiPietro, Acting Chief of Water Division. This is our annual consumer report that's required by the EPA through the Department of Health. We do it annually. It just combines all the testing throughout the Providence water, Kent County water, and Warwick water, and you mail it out to the residents. Just let them know, through the EPA. We have to do that every year.
Thank you, Terry. And also congratulations on your apparent promotion.
Thank you very much.
Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public?
There are no hands raised at this time.
Do we have any questions from members of the public?
Still none raised, sir.
Hearing none, I need a motion.
Move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes. Item 2020-293 on page 116, janitorial and cleaning supplies.
James Scott, Parks and Recreation. We'd like to award we put this one in March during kind of the break in meetings. So I'd like to amend it to be 1 year from day of award. But it's the 1 year bid for janitorial and cleaning supplies. We'd like to award it to WB Mason and Banner Systems as the lowest bidders.
James, I'm sorry, what was the last part of your comment?
We would like to award it to WB Mason and Banner Systems as the lowest bidders.
And tell us why you're looking to go with 2 bidders instead of 1.
Because when you have a price list in the bid, oftentimes some companies will come in cheaper on certain products, and some companies will come in lower on others. We've done this with a few different bids, across parks and DPW in the last year or so.
Yeah, that's all well and true, and that's why over the last almost 4 years now, we have been working to encourage more vendors to bid on our work. One of the reasons that we were having problems getting vendors to bid on our work is because of that very thing, that someone comes in and lowballs a particular item, and they're out of whack with everything else. I personally don't think that's the best way to do things. I see where WB Mason has numerous items that they did not bid, and of course Banner has. So I don't know, James, what I'm looking for is I'm looking for you, other than to say that, one's got, a couple of pennies cheaper than something somebody else doesn't, what the rationale is to split this up amongst 2 vendors.
I believe in this case, we're following what DPW did as well on that bid. I don't have price list in front of me at this time, but I can, if you want me to withdraw, I can have that information sent to you tomorrow.
Another question I have is on item 39, Simple Green Pro 3 Plus. So Banner has a price of $69.18 a pail. What size is a pail?
Again, Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, I don't have the price list with me at home today. I can, if you need answers to that, I can certainly withdraw tonight and get that information and contact you tomorrow.
Yeah, I would suggest that you do that, because I see as an example, Banner has a price of $69.18 a pail. I do not know what a pail is or what that quantity consists of. You do not know what it consists of. And Casey has a unit price of $10.26. It doesn't describe anything. So I think that we need clarification on that, and I need to hear, a good sound business reason why it would be to the advantage of the city to go with two bidders. So I'm going to, unless you have an objection, I'm going to make a motion to.
Mr. Chairman,
Sure.
thank you. Due to the circumstances that it seems that the director may look to come back on this particular provision in the future, perhaps it would be in order, should the members wish to consider, to assign this a separate PCR and hold the item to the next meeting. Therefore, you wouldn't have to go out for rebid unless the intent is to go back out to rebid again.
No, Council, I wasn't going to ask to go out for rebid. I was simply going to ask to hold this until the director can provide me with the answers that I'm looking for.
Very good.
So this will become PCR. Well, any other questions from members of the committee? Okay, I'm going to ask to hold this. This has become PCR 4920. I'm going to ask to hold it. James, the next meeting coming up in in July, it's only a couple of days around the corner and making things very difficult to turn around. So for the most part, I'm going to ask everyone to refrain from holding anything until the July meeting. Do you have a problem if we hold this to the August meeting? Do you have supplies in-house now?
It's probably because, I run facilities where we have public bathrooms, things like that. It'd probably be good to get this done sooner rather than later. So
Okay.
doing July would be great.
Fair enough. I understand, what you have in that situation. Okay, so we will look to hold until
July 13th.
July 13th. Need a motion to hold till July 13th.
Motion to hold on July 13th.
Seconded.
We have a motion to hold. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Next item, 2020-316, purchase large format multifunction printer. And that is found on page 120.
Okay, bear with me 1 second. Luke Murray from the Planning Department presenting this item.
Go ahead, Luke.
Make this quick. I just, for those of you who don't know what a multifunction oversized plotter looks like, this is it. This is an effort that's a combined purchase among multiple departments. We came together and identified a need, which I think is something that's direly needed right now, where we come together and figure out efficiencies in the city and where we can tap into some resources between departments that we can share. So we had coordinated on this effort. The planning department, assessors, building, and city clerk all have this need. Each department is contributing $3,392.50 to this effort from their own budgets. And it is part of a concerted effort to do more with less and improve overall efficiency and workflow. What are some of the things we need to do with this machine? Scanning of hard copy files. We're trying to get off paper and get more in the electronic environment, which we've seen with COVID when we had to actually work at home and do telecommuting. If we didn't have the electronic files, it put us at a disadvantage. It's time to really start a concerted effort to moving towards reduction of needless paper. It allows for the printing of oversized prints and drawings. We do a lot in-house in planning and other departments where we can not rely on outside vendors to do that design work. For instance, doing conceptualized drawings for parks and playgrounds, things for grants, supporting items for grants. We can do all that and have production in-house. And as well as recordings. Right now we go to city clerk we record subdivision plans. They have to send those plans out to ACS for recording and digitizing. We would do that in-house now and submit the drawings electronically to the city clerk. So this was issued for bid May 1st. Bids were received May 19th. We had 10 suppliers, vendors, and wholesales notified directly by us based on information from websites and other aggregated information. We had 7 proposals submitted. We had a great response. High of 16,826 to low of 13,570 for the machine that we had identified, which is Joseph Merritt and Company, which we are recommending for award. And just so everyone knows, this purchase does include the printer completely set up on site with an initial outlay of supplies. So 3 toner cartridge supply reloads, some paper, some initial supplies to reduce our operational burden initially with this machine, and a 5-year maintenance contract. I thought that was important. As many of you who own businesses know, printers can sometimes be unreliable. This is a large format machine. They're expensive to fix. So we did include in this bid a 5-year maintenance contract to make sure that we weren't issued any surprises over the next few years. And that's it.
So Lucas, on this item, so all of the vendors are required to provide that ink supply stuff, et cetera?
That's correct. So the way we structured the bid was as a separate unit cost, they had to provide a 3-year, 4-year, and 5-year maintenance contract. And looking at the cost differentials, we felt it was prudent to go ahead and go forward with the extended warranty. So the difference is, let's say on a 3-year contract with Joseph Merritt was around $1,000. The 5-year is $2,500. But keeping in mind that just one visit to replace a print head on that machine could be anywhere from $1,500 to $2,000 in one shot. And that is a common item that goes after a couple of years. So depending on the amount of usage. So I think it's prudent to include that in the bid.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the committee?
Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Howell, go ahead.
Thank you. I do want to say that this is something I want to identify that during this time that we've been in this lockdown, I have taken advantage of that and kind of used the latticer method and reached out to some of the local businesses. And more importantly, I wanted to kind of reach out and touch point with some of the local businesses in my ward. There are 2 businesses that are identified on this that are in Ward 3 local Warwick businesses. And one of the things, as I looked at this bid, that confused me. So I'm going to ask Lucas if he wouldn't mind answering them. The one that I'm going to target on, let's say automated, it says, I see that the requirement was HP. However, they offered a Canon. However, it says 2 years on-site warranty. And then after that, it says optional 3rd year extended. So my question is, on automated, it specifically says that they give a 2-year warranty. Does Joe Merritt also give that 2-year warranty included in the cost of that price?
So that's a great question. So when we structure a bid, the way we structured this, we identified the machine we felt best suited our needs from a scanning capability, from a printing capability. We did our homework and we felt that was the machine. But we also said or approved equal, which is state law. So anybody could have submitted an alternative. We never discouraged that, and it is identified in the bid, encouraged to submit alternatives. Along those same lines, they can submit alternatives as far as the maintenance plan, but that's not within spec. So the particular bidder you're talking about, we asked specifically for a 3-year, a 4-year, and a 5-year. We didn't ask for a 2-year. We didn't ask people to go rogue and do their own thing. So we were very specific. Now, if somebody has a different way of going about that 3-year, they can certainly put that in the bid for consideration. But we were very specific on what we wanted and what the warranty would entail on this. So it's very dangerous for these bidders sometimes to go outside that framework. What's a better sort of guidance approach for them? Bid on what we're asking for, and then you can always submit additional documentation proposing other items, right? So we can consider it, but we at least have to have apples to apples numbers. I can't take 2 years from one and match it up with 3 years from another. So that's kind of how we handle it in-house.
So understanding what you're saying, if someone's competing for a bid, if I'm competing for a bid, and I say, hey, look, I'm going to give you the 2 years right off the bat, and then then I say, okay, I'm going to offer you a 3-year extension. So the 3rd year is really year one that the city would have to pay for. You're saying that that would not be allowed within the parameter of the bid?
You could certainly, we can consider anything, right? But you have to understand, is it fair bid practice to just throw what you want? Like, what if another bidder could have offered me the same thing? So I didn't ask for a 2-year, I asked for a 3 to 5. So they didn't identify a 2-year cost. So let's say Joseph Merritt said, oh yeah, I would have given you 2 years. Year 3 is when it kicks in. You didn't ask me for a 2-year, I'm giving you that. My first year cost is at $985, and then years 4 and 5. So that may be what other bidders are doing. I don't know. They just didn't call it out because I didn't call for a 2-year. Does that make sense?
I'm sorry.
I know where
I
you're
should
going,
say it doesn't, because to me a bid means I'm going to put out the best option I can give. So if I'm a company and I want to compete and I want this contract and I want to get out there, I'm going to say, okay, you know, I understand the bid is calling for cost analysis, but I'm telling you, year 2, for the first 2 years, I will cover labor and I will cover replacement, as I believe it says here. Yeah, on-site parts and labor included. I will include that in my bid. And what I'm understanding you saying, so I'm asking you to correct me, is that you said, no, that should have never been included. That's something they could add on afterwards, which therefore wouldn't be competitive.
No, what I'm saying is they can certainly propose that, but they didn't give us the additional costing data. So if somebody just says, all right, I can give you 2 years and then year 3, I'll give you this. If they don't give us the extended of what they're asking for, what I don't know is how to compare it. So let's take Joseph Merritt, the one I'm recommending. They may have said, yeah, I'm also giving you 2 years, but I didn't ask them to tell me what the first 2 years look like. I asked for years 3, 4, and 5. And so that particular vendor you're referencing, which vendor was it? I'm sorry.
Automated, or was it? No, automated.
Okay, all right.
And it specifically says right on the sheet right here that you wrote it in there that they were offering a Canon, and it said 2-year on-site warranty, parts and labor. But they also gave numbers for years 3, 4, and 5. So that's where I'm kind of confused on what you're trying to explain.
Right.
And then, of course, all right, go ahead. I'm sorry. We'll do one at a time.
Well, that's okay. That's okay. So there's a couple of things here. Joseph Merritt, which I have no allegiance to whatsoever, I have to look at the overall bid number. So some of these individual bid numbers you see on the maintenance plan,
yep,
they may have been high on the machine, but they come in lower on the maintenance. But I have to base my bid, if I'm going to accept a 5-year, on the overall bid. And the overall bid as low was Joseph Merritt. If I cherry pick this, because I did compartmentalize it through unit price bidding, if I just wanted the printer itself, so let's just take that. So the machine itself, you can go across. It actually ended up, Joseph Merritt was also low on the machine. So to that point, if I cherry pick this on a few of the items, like Gov Connection actually ended up fairly low on a lot of their maintenance costs, but the overall machine was higher. And same thing with Automated. So Automated, when they addressed that first 2 years, okay, so I never asked for 2 years, just to backtrack a little bit. You have optional 3, 4, and 5, they had to bid on, okay?
Yep.
Asked of everybody. Automated came in and said, oh yeah, by the way, my first 2 years is free. Okay, but I can't base it on that because I want a 5-year maintenance plan. So
Right.
I'm looking at the year 5 only. I don't care if they give me the first 2 years free or not. They could give me the first 2 years free and jack up the 3, 4, and 5 to twice as much. Like, that's not a deal for me. So I have to look at what's in front of me as far as the deal that I'm going to accept. The deal was 5 years. What's that overall cost? And based on that, that's where Joseph Merritt came in. If they wanted to go lower, they could have said, if it was a better deal, they probably would have said, okay, year 2 is exempted out, so my overall cost over 5 years is lower. I would expect that, but they didn't. They just basically said, we're giving you the first 2 years free. Okay, but how does that help me in year 5? Your overall cost is still higher. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. And that was my next thing. That leads right into my next question. So I'm looking at this, and the way I'm reading it is that the optional 3-year extension. So, and this is where it's confusing on this graph.
Sure.
It says, if you look at Automated, they have their price, and that includes 2-year warranty. And then it says optional 3-year extended. So when I think of extended, I mean starting from year 3. So that would be 3, 4, 5. So technically, I took this as a 7-year warranty compared to the Joe Merritt. And then that made me think, well, is that per year? Is that 995, that maintenance fee, I'm sorry, that 3-year, is that per year, or is it compounded? Because I'm looking at a big, like, you know, a big difference in all the numbers. So there was a lot on this graph that I was confused on looking at this.
It is a little confusing if you just look at this matrix. The thing to understand is there's a whole bid document that goes along with this, right? And that was very clear. Bid on the machine only with the basic standard manufacturer warranty. Give me that cost. Don't give me 2 years. Don't give me this extended I didn't ask for. If you deliver the machine drop ship to my location and leave it in my doorway, what does that cost? And that's that first line. That's the way it read. Then the extended warranties, you'll notice there's a number next to the 3-year, 4-year. It starts with a UB, 8U, 4E. That is a standard HP add-on. You can get it from HP. You can get it through a third-party vendor. Just to clarify, every one of these vendors who carry HP, they're a pass-through. They're going to contact the wholesaler, say they sold me something. They'll take a little bit of cut and they'll pass it through, deliver the machine, set it up. And the warranty itself is really with HP. So it was very clear in the bid of what was expected. Now, we always get curveballs thrown, and Pat Peshka could tell you that a lot of these bids come in, people will just throw things in. I had a playground bid where somebody just came in with a whole different play structure. But it's like saying, hey, I want pressure treated lumber, but they give me kiln dried spruce. It's not the same. That's not what I asked for, right? So I always tell people, keep it simple, right? Give me what I asked for, and if you want to make recommendations after that. This is honestly just clouding the issue. It's just too much information. The 2 years isn't helpful to me. It doesn't give me anything to base my evaluation on. I'm looking, to be honest, I want that 5-year because I know these machines break. I own my own business where I had these machines, and they just do. It's just a part of life. Copy machines break. So I hope that answers your question.
It does, but it kind of grays up the whole, for me, I'm not criticizing what you're doing. You have a plan in play, and I respect that. But for me, it kind of clouds up, well, then where's the I understand what you're asking. Just tell us what you got, and that's that. And it kind of closes the competition in my eyes. So if I want to throw those little extra perks on top of the quality of my machine that I'm selling, it just kind of limits that. And then I have to wait for you to decide to choose mine. And to me, there could be more, like, you know, so I'll use the example of buying a car. You know, I'm not going to buy the car and then wait for the dealer to tell me, and I could be getting this wrong, but I don't want to wait for the dealer to tell me all the accessories that come with the car, whether it be air conditioned, seats heating, steering wheel. I mean, I want to know all those things that add to it. So I understand what you're saying. You're actually opening my eyes to a lot of things that I didn't even realize that would go. But I'll close it. Well, not close it up. My next question is, I see that you're saying HP over here. Are you open to, because I'm seeing that 2 companies here offered Canon. So are you closed to HP? Is that the only name brand you were looking for?
No, but we do a lot of bids. Listen, I'd be lying to say if you have a Ford pickup truck that you know has every option you want, it's easier to base a spec off of what you start with that as a standard. So there's different ways to structure bids. You can performance spec it. I could have spec'd every nut, bolt, detail on that plotter and what the output was, everything else. And I could have said to the masses, hey, bid on this. I could have specified a product or equal, or I can name 3, right? I find it very beneficial to give everyone a standard. Most people, vendors especially, don't care all that much. Does it kick some vendors out? Yeah, it's like specifying a Ford and you're a Chevy dealership, right?
Yeah.
It means you can put a Silverado up there to a consideration if you think it's a better product, and we don't discourage that. But in this particular situation, the difference between an HP, like we knew we wanted for me to pay more money for that machine, which that wasn't the lowest cost machine. They're basically proposing something they feel is better, right? Everyone feels their product is better. We did our own research. We identified what we need as a department, and it came in as the best price. Now, if Canon came in as the best price, honestly, I'd look at it even maybe harder or try to justify it. I did look at the Canon, but there's not enough to me to go spend city dollars on bells and whistles that I might not need. I don't think they're very comparable machines. So in my opinion, in the administrator's role, that is the machine that'll work at the best cost. And that's not always the situation. There's times where I'll we all do. We bend to what, we do consider a lot of that. We're not looking to spend tax dollars frivolously. And
Sure.
we want to get a good product at a good price.
Oh, understood. And please understand, these are two Warwick businesses that I'm just trying to find, because again, we opened up. I know that my colleague, Councilman McAllister, back when the mayor was the council president and Chairman Lattiser, who was chairman of the finance back then, one of the things we did is we tried to open up the spectrum to a lot of Warwick businesses. And I'm going to do my part to help a Warwick business. And I understand, just please understand, I'm asking the questions because this is stuff I need to know, and I think all my colleagues need to know, and people need to know, and you explained it wonderfully, and I thank you, Lucas, as we look to open up bids to more Warwick businesses. So now I think you just kind of set a simple tone, like you just said it, like that, what you're looking for. I don't remember if you answered, and if you did, I do apologize. These bids right here, it says on line item 2 on the graph you made, is that per year, that cost per year, or is that like for each 3 years, or is that the cost for all 3 years? For line 2, item 2.
Item 2. So you're saying the 3-year extended contract?
Yeah.
So it is a 3-year contract after the date of manufacturer's warranty. So that's what it means by extended.
Understood.
Right.
But you have two, all right, I'll give you one. You have 1,749 on one and 995 on another. Is that per year, or is that for all 3 years? That's the one cost for all 3 years. Like, how did you break these down?
So you're saying the cumulative? I'm not picking up what you're throwing down, Councilman. I'm sorry.
Okay, so no, that's fine. It says item 2, optional 3-year extended maintenance. And then you have prices in each box.
Yep. That's what they bid.
Okay, right. Is that yearly price, or is that what they have to? Okay, that's for the whole 3 years.
Yes, correct. So it's not like you're adding on. All right, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
No, that is the cost for the full 3 years of the maintenance. So after the manufacturer warranty expires, I expect that vendor will be on call for 3 years. Same thing with the 5-year. So that's total all-in cost of 5-year maintenance from the date of expiration from the manufacturer's warranty.
So for that third year, that 1/3 of the optional third year, that is their cost for that 1 year. And then if we go to the 4th year, I'm looking at just Joe Merritt, that is their cost for the 4th year. And then the 5th year, that is their cost for the 5th year.
No, they're all separate plans. So I can choose one of these plans. I don't choose all of them. It's not compounding. So that's where this is. It's a unit price thing. I'm saying, give me a price if I go with the 3 year. Because to be honest with you, I wasn't sure where it'd fall, right? This is a bid. That's the point of bids. You try to get the best price. And if it falls within a certain range that you might be able to afford. And I thought originally I was projecting a total cost all in was around $15,000. With the 5-year contract and everything, we're below $14,000. So I said, well, it's prudent to go ahead with the 5-year on this one. Those are all in unit prices on each item. So if I accept that 5-year, I get a 5-year. I don't get 5-year in addition to a 4-year.
Okay.
That makes sense?
It does.
Councilman Howe?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
May I ask a question here? It might help a bit.
Yeah.
So Lucas, if I think what the councilman is looking for is, you had said in the beginning that you were looking for essentially a 5-year contract, correct? Not contract,
ideally,
warranty. Ideally, right?
In an ideal world, when I went into the bid process, I wanted a 5, but I wanted to be open to a lesser contract if I couldn't make the numbers work.
So here's how I think these numbers are tallying. We'll start with automated. So automated's basic bid price is $11,913. They say that it includes a 2-year on-site warranty, parts and labor. Now, are we to assume that the optional 3-year extended warranty is going to be $2,685 for automated and $995 for merit? Is that accurate?
That is accurate. So that's where you can tell. That's why I'm getting at the 2 years really doesn't matter, because when they go to accept the 3-year, Joseph Merritt's $1,500 or $1,600 cheaper.
But,
Right, so,
well, hold on now. I'm not sure about that and looking at these numbers.
okay,
So with Automated's bid, and keep in mind, the other vendors, they could have also included the caveat of an upfront additional year. So Automated's bid says, listen, guys, if you give us this contract, we're going to charge you $11,913, and that includes a 2-year on-site warranty, parts and labor. Then they bid the options that the city requested, which is an optional 3-year extended maintenance. And I think Councilman Howe's point is this. Automated already included a 2-year extended on-site. Then they are adding in an additional 3-year extended warranty for $2,685 for 3 years.
That's my understanding, Mr. Chairman, but I don't want to speak, but
Okay.
I believe that's what it is. Yes.
Okay.
That's how I read it.
Well, that's how I see it as well. So for me, what I'm looking at here is with Automated, we will be getting a 5-year warranty for approximately $14,500. And with Joseph Merritt, we're going to get a 4-year warranty for approximately $12,000. And then if we add in the additional year to get them up to Automated, that would be another $1,000. It brings you up to 13,000 change. Is that correct? Councilman Howard, is that kind of like where you're going with the math?
My understanding of that, and that's how I took it. I took that 3 years. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I took that first 2 years, then you start the 3rd year, or that's a 3-year after the 2 years. And then, so therefore a 4-year would technically be a 6-year.
and
Or 7.
I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong, but that's
Yeah.
not how the bid read.
Okay.
The bid was very specific that the manufacturer warranty runs out. The 3-year was like an HP given 3-year and 4-year and 5-year. That's what they were supposed to bid on. This is the danger in proposing stuff and not clarifying. Like, I don't know, to be honest with you, if that was their intent, but if it was, they didn't read the bid clear enough and they didn't propose it clear enough. So quite frankly, how do I say this nicely? To go out of my way to accommodate somebody who doesn't clarify and doesn't follow the rules of what I put down, well, I'm always willing to listen to something that would benefit the city. Going out of my way to accommodate this company by throwing out all my bids, which I had my spread on my bids, you saw them on the machine, were within less than $1,000 spread on the machine. So to throw everything out, the baby with the bathwater, to go back out the bid and waste, a lot of my time at a good hourly wage to put a bid back out, I personally don't think it would be prudent. But I definitely hear what you're putting out, and I will accept that in that if there is a way that I can tailor bids in the future to be more receptive to both, one, Warwick businesses, and two, to identify additional flexibilities that I can build into the bid, I 100% agree that we can do that. And I will accept that input, if that's fair.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, so in doing the math here, Automated, I'm just rounding out numbers at 11,900, add in the additional 3-year extended 2685, that brings them up to 14,585. If we apply the same amount of years in the extended warranty with Joseph Merritt, their initial bid was 11,075, $995 for an extended 3-year, which brings them to 4. Add in another $995 for, I'm sorry, add in, yes, it's actually a little less than that. I added in $995. So even if we add in and bring them up to the same warranty span as automated, the math that I have still puts Joseph
more.
Merritt as being cheaper.
That's correct.
Councilman, do you agree with that?
I would agree with that, Chairman.
But good dialogue. I mean, I appreciate the input.
No, and Lucas, I gotta, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, go ahead.
So not only I think is the dialogue very good. You know, this is what we need to have. We need to have these engaged conversations, and sometimes at first blush, things may not be exactly as they appear. And when you dig into things a little bit deeper, one of the things you've heard me say hundreds of times is numbers don't lie. You know, the numbers always tell the truth. But also, Councilman Howe, I want to take a minute to compliment you on your focus and your aptitude to picking up that phone and calling those vendors yourself. I have found that to be extremely beneficial to me over the years. We were requiring that for a very long period of time, and that has somewhat changed in the respect that the department heads are not necessarily calling these vendors to see why they're not bidding. And I want to commend you for taking the time and the due diligence to do that, because as you do it more and more, you're going to hear a lot of reasons why we had fewer vendors, I should say, years ago bidding, and we have a lot more today. So my compliments on taking that initiative to do that.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'd also like to say that I'm noticing every time, and we've mentioned this in numerous meetings, I know Councilman McAllister has also, there are a lot of more Warwick businesses coming out. And I think Lucas made a great point tonight where he basically said what I never heard before in the 4 years I've been serving on the finance, which is when I give these specs, follow the spec. You know, I'm thinking it's a competitive world and throw all the extras out there, put everything out there. And he clearly explained, you know, I'm looking for, you know, the facts and only the facts, if you will. So you definitely taught me something, Lucas, and I thank you so much. And I thank my colleagues, and especially on the committee, for giving me the time to speak to Lucas, but also giving Lucas the time to educate me and the other people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I agree with both of you, Councilman Howe, in your efforts to take a look at, or a closer look at those Warwick vendors. And Lucas, I agree with you too. I mean, if I ask for a hamburger and you want to give me a filet mignon, fine, that's not what I asked for. Any other questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Do I have any questions from members of the public?
We have one question.
Sir.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Roger Viveros. I am with Automated Business Solutions, and as a resident of Warwick, I thought I had to do my part to listen in and see how this bid process was going. It is a little confusing. I just wanted to point out a couple different things. So Automated is a Canon dealer. We are also an HP dealer. I actually reached out to Lucas Murray when the bid first came out, because part of my job is understanding the environment in which the equipment is going into, to assess which might be the best device. And I had asked him initially if HP was if there was a reason why they wanted to go with HP specifically. So I proposed a Canon, and I am asking the committee and the council to consider not just the upfront cost of equipment, because there is an upfront cost of equipment, but in the print world, the most expensive part of this is the consumables. And one of the reasons why I chose the Canon machine over the HP machine is the Canons are the only manufacturer with what we call a sub-ink tank system. And what that basically means is in a traditional ink cartridge, you put the cartridge in there, and even though the cartridge says it's empty, there's always a little bit left. With this Canon device, that's not the case. all the ink gets drained into the sub tank, which allows for 100% efficiency. All that really means is that over the course of the 3, 4, 5 years, this machine will consume far less ink, which will contribute to overall cost being lower than the HP ink system. Also, in speaking with Lucas initially, I understood that one of the primary reasons for getting this was to do a lot of scanning. Scanning was the big reason, if you will, for or one of the main functionalities this machine would be used for. And the Canon scanner is almost 2 times faster than the HP. So I just wanted to bring that to light. Part of my job, the hardest part of my job actually, is understanding the environment in which a machine is going into to propose the most efficient, cost-effective device for use.
Lucas, that's some valid issues with the cost of ink, or the consumption of ink, and also from the time constraints, considering we're going to have 4 or 5 different departments printing off of this thing. And one example I'll just throw out there is my own company. So with all of these issues going on and cash flow being very tight, et cetera, last year I bought 2 printers, and they were very reasonable printers. I think I paid like $130 for them or something like that. Strictly little office printers. And ironically, it had nothing to do with this bid because I did it a few weeks ago. Ironically, I had my bookkeeper give me a tally of how much ink that I spent in those good deal printers. And I could have probably bought 8 more printers for the amount of money that I spent on the ink. So I hear what that gentleman was just saying from Automated, and I would like to hear what your feelings are in the difference between, over this 4 or 5 year period, the difference that you would anticipate in the cost of the usage of the ink from the Canon printer to the HP.
No, it's, so all fair points. And I did talk to the gentleman about this process early on, and I did express that scanning was one of the main things that we're looking for in the machine. And knowing that going in, we were trying to find the most cost-effective, as we always do. We're trying to find there's always the Cadillac of things, right? We'd love to go for the Cadillac. But we tried to find something that would work, that was cost-effective, and something we thought that, honestly, we could move forward and actually finally get the equipment here, a real need. So to that end, yes, HP is more on the ink. The consideration on that is we're not doing a lot of printing. So I included 3 full toner switches with the machine as part of the base bid. I would be hard pressed to think that we would maybe go through a toner switch a year based on the printing we do. We don't do a ton. Now I could be proved wrong on that. If building starts doing more printing than I thought for, let's say, outside parties, they've talked about if, let's say, builders come in and they need immediate print, we could charge them for that. So that being the case, all right, if we charge them, then we charge them the fee. Anyway, it's covering the cost of our ink. But and the initial consideration was we weren't using that much ink. As far as scanning speed, he is correct. If it's it's a faster machine, we usually don't have high capacity scanning, like let's say an ACS, who's a professional scanning agency. So they're putting in stacks and rolling out high speed drawings. A lot of what we're doing is a subdivision plan, maybe a packet of 10 sheets, and it's rolling through. And a lot of that differences, if you actually see it in real life, is fairly nominal. That said, I'm not going to say the Canon machine is bad. It's really always just a question of, is it worth the extra $2,000? And quite honestly, I'll let the council's job, my job is to present it and what the information is. If you feel that it's worth that extra money on the city taxpayer dollar. I'm not gonna lie, over the course life of the machine, let's say we have it 10 years, I would have to calc it out. And my guess is we're talking about minor differences in the cost. Whether it make that $2,000 threshold, probably doubtful, but he's not wrong. Like, it's a more efficient machine on the ink and a little bit more efficient on the scanning. Everything else is relatively the same overall. But in coming at this, I tried to get in with a fairly low cost of a machine that I felt worked for the department. And I don't think long-term cost is going to be unbearable. But that's all I can lend. We're just trying to get the equipment because it's a real need.
No, I understand. And I think I'm calculating, not to split hairs, but about a $1,500 difference over a five-year period. But I have to go with the people who know this stuff. I don't know about computers. I don't know about printers. I do not go out and buy the power tools that my carpenters need. They tell me what they need and I determine what the budget is. The time that I did go out and buy 2 printers because they sounded like a good deal, yeah, I should say they sounded like a deal. They ended up being a deal. They ended up being a bad deal because I got overwhelmed with the ink. So I tend to avoid making those decisions. So I have to go by the folks like yourself that know the ins and outs of these things. And I'm just going to bring it back one more time. I know we're spending a lot of time on this issue, but I think it's important and warrants it. Do you feel is it your opinion that over the 5 years, because we're talking about a 5-year contract here with the warranties, et cetera, that there would be any cost savings in the ink versus on the Canon versus the HP? Enough to justify the $1,500 difference over 5.
So without the numbers in front of me, I will tell you this: I've had exactly the same experience that you've had. Right? You buy the printer and you get killed by the ink. I'm not gonna. What I can say you anecdotally is that yes, whether it will cover the full cost, I don't know. But it would, if we end up kicking up and printing, it's a risk we take, right? If it's more than I anticipated. So here's what I will say. It certainly hedges our bets, right? If we get more printing than we thought, then we spent less on ink overall. It's a quality machine of what the Canon's a quality machine just as well. And we're happy with either. So ultimately, I'll leave that to the council, but I will say that we do need the equipment. I think the machine itself, the Canon's a little bit nicer machine. And do I think it's worth the money? Personally, I think it would be worth the money if we spent a little extra. Both machines will suit our needs, long-term operational costs. It's likely we'll get close to break even, if not win a little bit on the Canon machine. How much so, I just don't know.
Mr. Chairman.
Fair enough. Yes, Councilman Howell.
If I could ask one question of Mr. Viveros, if that's acceptable.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Viveros.
Yes.
Thank you. You have these costs here, and for clarification, on this optional 3-year extension, is that for 1 year? Is that for 3 years? So you're all, because you specifically wrote, as Lucas put it down in his form, 2 years. Are you saying that your cost is for an additional 3 years? That covers 3 years after the 2 years, not just the 3rd year? And that with the 4 and 5, so technically, the simple yes or no or a simple answer, is that a total of 7 years warranty that you're offering with your product?
No.
Okay. So that is the 3rd year cost, 4th year cost, 5th year cost.
Correct.
Thank you so much, Mr. Viveros. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome, Councilman. Any other questions from members of the public?
We have no other hands raised.
Councilman Howe, I'll leave the motion up to you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I want to say, and I won't take too much time, but I thank you so much, Lucas. Thank you so much for doing this. Mr. Viveros, I thank you for joining us and advocating for your company. But I am going to recommend the motion for the recommendation that Mr. Murray put forward for the simple fact that the information that's put forward and what he offers as far as the cost analysis that he did, the clarification. But I was also very encouraged. Thank you, Lucas, for that. You said you spoke to Mr. Viveros, and I thank you for that. And I'm going to go on the recommendation, Mr. Chairman, of the recommendation of the department for the simple fact that I think we answered all the questions. We got, I think, that there are some clarifications that I needed that were made. And I certainly would encourage Mr. Viveros from Automated, as well as all the other businesses, to please continue bidding because there'll be much more coming up, I'm sure. So I thank you, and I make a motion for favorable action.
We have a motion for favor. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. That certainly, in my opinion, is a perfect example of doing our due diligence on behalf of the taxpayers. We pretty much dotted every I and crossed all the T's on that one. Thank you. Item 2020-323, fire promotional and recruit entry level exams. That is found on page 124.
Jason Omenhauer from the fire department. 3 vendors submitted bids after evaluating the pricing for the proposed anticipated promotional exams over the next 2 years. The lowest bidder was the recommendation for the department will be confidential vendor number 5. The current bid is expired on June 7th. This will be a 2-year bid for a total not to exceed $24,000.
Thank you, Chief. And based upon some of the conversation that we just had on this previous bid, had you reached out to any of the other vendors to ask them, this is after the bid opening took place, did you reach out to any of the other vendors to ask them why they did not bid?
I did not speak to any vendors. I did speak to the other 2 vendors who did bid prior to when the bid went out. They had some specific questions as to how our promotional process worked, but I didn't reach out to any other vendors.
Okay, and you're looking for $24,000 for fire department fire testing expense. Could you describe to us what this fire testing expense consists of?
So these are the
fire testing consist of.
So these are promotional exams for each of the ranks within the fire department. So based on the contract and the specifications of the contract, there's 10 different ranks that we test for on a 2-year rotation. So we have 10 tests coming up over the next 2 years. And this is the written examination. It's created pretty much from scratch by these companies as to the department specifications.
So this has nothing to do with new hires.
That is correct. The new hires is typically a generic civil service type exam.
So my feeling with this is I know the administration is certainly looking to save all the dollars that it can save, but yet meet the needs of the community. Having said that, I don't see any reason to assign this a 2-year bid. Perhaps a 1-year bid might be something that I would support or consider. I don't see any necessity for a 2-year bid. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council?
Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Sure, I'm sorry, I didn't, who was asked for that?
So, Chief Omenhauer again.
Okay, Chief, go ahead.
We work on a 2-year cycle for rotation for our testing. So each of the ranks gets tested over the next 2 years. It's definitely beneficial to keep the same vendor for that 2-year period so that we're not switching testing companies. So some of the ranks are getting tested from one company and some of the ranks are getting tested from another company. It's more fair to keep them consistent over the 2-year cycle.
So is this something, you had gone out for bid on this, right?
That's correct.
And ID number 5 was the low bidder, correct?
That's correct.
And how many promotions do you anticipate over the next 2 years?
It's not promotions. The list is only good for a 2-year period. So once we test and we make a listing of the ranking of the promotion, that list is only valid for 2 years, and then we have to retest again in 2 years. It's going to be 10 of these tests over the next 2 years.
10 tests over the next 2 years at a cost of $2,400 a test?
Yep, that's correct. If you see ID number 5, the price per test is $2,000 just to create the test. And then it's a per candidate cost at $7 per person taking the test that they create. And some of the tests, there's up to 70 people taking the test.
And why is this listed as ID number 1, number 5, number 10? What's the secrecy here?
It's got to maintain the confidentiality of the test. So if one of the tester, the people taking the test, knows the vendor and has a connection with that vendor, they potentially can get an advantage.
I see. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Are there any questions from members of the public?
There are no hands raised in the public, but Councilman Sinapi has his hand raised.
Councilman Sinapi, please. For some reason, I don't even see you on my screen.
It was more anticipatory than anything else, in case you planned on still changing it to a 1-year bid.
Nope, I didn't make a motion on that yet, but if you want to speak your mind on that, just in case I do, go ahead.
I was just going to say, for all the reasons the assistant chief stated, I'd rather it be a 2-year bid. And I mean, we've seen this play out time and time again in other professions too. When you switch the testing and then you try to compare, it doesn't work. It just doesn't. It can't.
Which other professions are you referring to?
From time in the law firm, we see it in the military. I've seen it in the school system. I mean, you name it, I've seen it.
Okay. Anything else, Councilman Sinapi? Councilman Sinapi, anything further?
No, sorry, I shook my head.
Okay, thank you. So any other questions from members of the public?
There are no hands raised at this time.
Thank you. Hearing none, I need a motion on 2023-23.
Make a motion for favorable action.
We have a motion for
Seconded.
favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 2021-003, spring repairs and related work found on page 127. Christie, go ahead.
We received one bid on the spring repairs and are recommending award to Palmer Spring in the amount of $25,000 for a 1-year period, July 1, 2020 to June 30, 2021.
Christie, were there any other vendors that bid this?
No,
And did you call any of the other vendors to ask why they did not bid this?
I did not.
It's interesting to me that no one else is bidding this, and this is a substantial amount of business. And the percentage over industry replacement parts cost of 22%. Why is it 22%? Where did that number come from?
I can't speak to that. That's what the vendor put in their bid.
So because we only have one bidder, we're locked into an hourly rate of $65 and a cost markup over a cost of 22%. That's what we're looking at.
Yes.
Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public?
There are no hands raised at this time.
Do we have any questions from members of the public?
Still no hands raised.
Thank you. Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move for favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Motion passes. Item 2021-004, found on page 133, hydraulic parts and repairs. Christie?
Department received one bid as well on this. We are requesting an award of $30,000 for a one-year period, July 1st, 2020 to June 30, 2021, to Tri-Power Sales and Service.
In the previous bid for this, who was the bidder or the successful bidder on this previous contract?
Was the same vendor.
And who bid this before then? Or who was the successful bidder before then?
It's usually Tri-Power Sales and Service.
So it's usually Tri-Power Sales and Service who continues to bid on this, and they're the only bidder
We have
bidding
had,
on.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
We have had a bidder previously, just for the parts. They don't do any of the service. One of the things that we ask is if they're available to us in emergency situations 24/7. This company has oftentimes during a snowstorm or some sort of emergency open for us in the middle of the night, gets us, hydraulic lines or fittings or whatever we need to keep our stuff on the road. We've had a good working relationship with them and they're local. So being the only vendor, there was no reason to disqualify.
Okay, so I assume there was no reason to call the other vendors on this bid list and ask them why they didn't bid either, right?
I did not know.
Okay. Okay, any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public?
There are no hands raised at this time.
Do we have any questions from members of the public?
Still no hands raised at this time.
Thank you. I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion for favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next item on the list, 2021-006, high-density polypropylene pipe, found on page 135. I'm sorry, 137.
Department's requesting to award this to two vendors, Warwick Wind Water Company and the Jack Farrelly Company, in the amount of $6,000 for a one-year period, July 1, 2020 to June 30, 2021. The reason for the two vendors is that one vendor is a low bidder on the high-density polypropylene pipe that we bid. And Jack Farrelly Company submitted an alternate bid for polyethylene pipe, which is a recycled material, and it is a little bit cheaper. So when appropriate, we could purchase the recycled material for any particular job. So it gives us a little more flexibility as to what we can put in the ground. And
So, Christy, this brings up an interesting point based upon the bid that Lucas had before us. And a lot of that conversation was focused around when we request a bid, when we put out an RFP and we want a certain thing, we're looking for a certain spec, quality, quantity, et cetera. If someone wants to interject and bid something different, doesn't necessarily follow suit to what we have. So shouldn't we, if we're going to be considering this polyethylene pipe, shouldn't we have some data on that material as to how it performs, what it's made of compared to the other quality or the other product? And shouldn't we also invite other vendors to bid or submit a bid on that same material? Maybe you should have a separate bid just for the polyethylene pipe.
So we had some vendors inquire about the polyethylene pipe that we were bidding, and they were informed that they could submit an alternate bid if they chose. This company, Jack Farley, actually submitted spec sheets on both items to the department with their bids. So we do have that. And that gives us a little, like I said, a little more flexibility if, the recycled material is more appropriate for us on a drainage job or whatever we're doing, where we don't necessarily need the polyethylene pipe, which is a little bit more expensive. We have an alternative for something else.
So your RFP also requested an alternative on the polyethylene pipe?
It does not specifically request an alternative, but vendors, in any bid, could submit an alternate product. It just depends on whether or not it's something that would be acceptable.
So when would, give us an example when the because I do understand that there is a significant difference in the pricing. So when would the polyethylene pipe be acceptable versus the other pipe?
Well, that question I would need to defer to the director.
Okay, is the director present?
Yes, I am.
Hi, Director. State your name for the record, please.
Matthew Salitro, Department of Public Works Director for the City of Warwick.
Okay, Matt, could you give us some examples of when that polyethylene pipe would be acceptable versus the standard protocol?
So sometimes it depends on the soil conditions and the acidity in the water. You can use recycled material, which would be the poly, as opposed to the virgin material, which is HDPE. Chances are in the city of Warwick, there's only a few spots that we would need it, considering the way the groundwater flows, the proximity to the water. Specification wise, both are pretty much equal. One's a lesser cost due to the fact that it's recycled materials and not virgin materials. Both of these are made with a petroleum product, and obviously the recycle is a little bit less.
What's the warranties on either pipe?
Both would be very similar.
Is there a difference in labor costs working with one versus the other?
No, sir.
Is there a difference in the cost of making the connections from one pipe to the next?
Sometimes there are. I mean, it depends on the HDPE. Some of the products are readily available. I know that from my past experience doing sewer installation, we couldn't, by law, we couldn't use any recycled materials that had to be virgin. And so that's what I'm saying. It have to be the actual project and what the needs and the differences were to call for it. So in other words, you could use the recycled material maybe on doing a drain, but it depends what's going to flow through it. If you're in a high concentration area where there's a lot of iron or any kind of contaminants in the area, you'd want to use virgin material as opposed to recycled. I know that recycled material doesn't stand up to the UV rating, the UV rays, although everything is buried, it's also stored outside. So in the past, in working for the sewer authority again, I've rejected loads of material that had recycled in it.
Matt, could you give us a percentage of what you would anticipate using of each material?
I'd like to go with the HDPE only because for my crews, the familiarity of using the HDPE and where it's readily available. I'm not doing any groundwater samples to take a look at what's in the soils. So why not just go with what we know is the best product?
And has there ever been any data issued or reports issued from any of the professional organizations that deal and rate and classify these items regarding the performance of the polyethylene pipe? I'm talking long-term performance of the polyethylene pipe versus the standard pipe.
The only thing I can speak of from my experience, and again, I'm not a chemist or a plastic engineer, but there's an ASTM standard that applies to both of poly and recycled materials as opposed to virgin materials. So off the top of my head, Councilman, I know that there are standards, and that's the reason for the specifications going back to, again, my experience with the sewer authority. But I'm not sure what the percentage or what the standards are.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public?
There are no questions.
Are there any questions from members of the public?
Negative.
Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
I'm sorry, we have a motion for favorable action. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We also had a second too. Thank you. Thank you, Christine. Thank you, Director. Item 2021-007, minor roof repairs on various buildings. And that is found on page 141.
Department's requesting to award to two vendors, Apollo Roofing and Fury Roofing, in the amount of $15,000 for a one-year period, July 1, 2020 to June 30, 2021.
Christie, which buildings are we putting on the slate for these repairs?
This is for more of the emergency type repairs where, we have a roof leaking or something that needs to be fixed. That's what this bid is primarily for.
And the reasoning for two vendors?
On occasion, we run into a situation where a vendor can't provide a service right away when we require it. This allows us to call another vendor in should we need it. There is a little bit of a difference per hour, but there's also a difference between the markup on the materials. Actually, Apollo Roofing would be the absolute low vendor overall, but we are requesting both vendors just for the flexibility of maintaining the integrity of our buildings should we have a leak, which we've had a few.
Christy, I can appreciate, and I would interject where I normally do not agree with more than one vendor, and except for certain instances, and I think this is one. But I agree with you, and I'm glad you noted the difference in the mock-up on the materials, because the majority of our buildings here in Warwick, I believe, are probably flat roof buildings, correct?
I believe so, most of them.
And I know for certain that those materials are extremely expensive, especially when you start talking about the 60 mil rubber roofing, when you start talking about the government standards that have been put on the cement that we have to use here in the state of Rhode Island, and the sealants and the cleaning agents and the dryers. The cost of materials are significant. So I would just point out that depending upon what you're going to classify as a repair or not a repair, there could be a substantial difference in the cost of the materials from a 10% markup to a 15.
Right, and that would be determined by the chief of facilities management as to which vendor, depending on what the repair requires.
Okay, you know, again, I understand if you have a roof leak and one vendor can't go, I don't believe any of our people in Department of Public Works are qualified to be up on roofs. Not that they couldn't, and not that they wouldn't be able to fix it. I don't think we should be asking them to do it. So I can understand the need. I would just be really careful when it comes to the cost of those materials, because that can sneak up on you. Even though the bid is only $15,000, it can sneak up on you quick. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public?
There are no hands raised at this time.
Any questions from members of the public?
Still no hands raised.
Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion for favor. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Next item, 2021-008, sand grit gravel. That is found on page 144.
The department's requesting to award to 3 vendors, Material Sand and Stone, PJ Keating Company, and JR Vinagro Corporation for the purchase of the materials listed within the bid. The reason we're requesting 3 vendors is, one, there is a price difference on certain things from one to the other, as well. Again, it depends on who has the material available for whatever we need it for, whatever project we have going on. A big one for us is the gravel, processed gravel. So if we can't get it from, if we can't get it from PJ Keating, who is the lowest, then we would go to Material Sand and Stone, who is the second lowest, to get it delivered. A lot of times it's something we need kind of on the spot. And it's also something that we share, so to speak, with the water department. So when they have a water main break or something, they take the material from the compost and use it on their jobs as well.
So Christy, in this $40,000, are you suggesting to us that a good portion of this is for processed gravel?
It's entirely dependent on what we need, depending on what we have going on. I mean, we don't have a big call for riprap a lot of times, but we do for the different size stone, the gravel, the loam, and the sand, the mason sand. So we do keep some piles down at the compost, but when they run low, we do need to either get it back in or get it delivered on site, depending on what's happening.
This is another one where I'm not quite sure I'm crazy about 3 vendors. I can certainly see the need for 2 vendors. And I'm basing that because of the amount of water main breaks that we've had over the past year or 2, sewer breaks that we've had over the past year or 2. These are nothing that DPW or anyone can plan for. Certainly nothing that, you can automatically assume you're going to need X processed gravel and whatever else on the spot. So I can definitely see the need for 2 vendors, and their pricing is pretty competitive. It's the type of thing, when you have a break, you need it, you need it. I'd like to hear from my colleagues on the committee, how do you feel about this issue, keeping in mind where we have been going with the amount of vendors over the last 3 or 4 years? Councilman Howe?
Chairman, I would agree with what you're saying. The only thought I have is it seems to be from going back, and this has to do with some of the basic services we get in the city. With this whole pandemic going on, there's been a lot of delay in delivery of a lot of different items, and a lot of companies falling behind. So I'm going to refer back to you, Mr. Chairman. You're in the business of customer service. Do you think it'd be wise this time to have the 3, or maybe go back to what I know we've always done, but seeing the pandemic? Maybe to have more options they open to us in case DPW is left to go back, maybe even 3 layers to get the job done for the city.
Councilman, you bring up a very good point, which is the reason that I asked for opinions and comments from both my colleagues on the committee as well as the council. So right now, you are absolutely spot on correct. In the construction industry, it is extremely difficult to get any type of materials, whether it be sand. I know for certain there isn't a piece of 5/4 by 6 pressure treated decking to be had anywhere. The shelves in the lumber yards are empty. You go into numerous stores and the shelves are not being restocked because there is a problem with deliveries. There are trucking companies who are reluctant to cross over certain states to get into Rhode Island. And consequently, we are having extended lead times on getting materials, et cetera. So I will concur with you on this particular item. I think it does make sense to expand those out to the 3 bidders. And I thank you for bringing up that point. That's a very good point. Councilman McAllister.
I agree. Great point, Councilman Howe. And I think that, we have to look through different lenses now. And I think this is, a good option for us to have 3 because of the situations that both of you just laid out. So I agree with this.
Agreed. Any questions from members of the council? Do we have any questions from members of the public?
There are no hands raised at this time.
Any questions from members of the public?
Still no hands raised.
Thank you. Hearing none, I need a motion on 2021-008A.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion for favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Motion passes. Thank you, Christie. 2021-008B, sand, grit, gravel, found on page 148. Christie, go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry, James, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we took a similar approach to DPW here with this bid, which is the a part of the bid that we broke off from them when we separated as departments. We've chose to award to Material Sand and Stone, which had the lowest price on 7 of the 11 items and came in second on 2 and third on 1. And then to Rawson Materials, who came in lowest on screen sand.
So tell me again, why are you saying that Rawson and Materials came in lower than some of the others? Because as an example, I'm looking at just the first 2 items. There are at least 3 of those other companies, 4 of those other companies just on the first 2 items that are cheaper than both of the ones, I'm sorry, both. So how are you calculating this?
I agree, Mr. Chairman. Rawson came in lowest on the screen sand, so I was just looking for, this is really a bid that we largely use in projects we work in conjunction with DPW, where we have to split the cost. We used this when we dealt with Del Judas Field back in February, going into early spring. But they came in on lowest on that one product, screen sand. So it's one product out of many, and I'm not fully wedded to them getting part of the bid. I'm willing to adjust and reflect what DPW is doing as well for continuity. That might make more sense.
So some of these other bidders, they basically came in with no bid on a lot of items. I just see a significant difference. I agree with you. Rawson is got a lot of the low bid items, but then again, they don't. I'd like to hear from my colleagues on the council. Councilman Howe.
You keep hitting me with these questions of construction and loom and the sand, and boy, you're really showing my weaknesses, Mr. Chairman. I
I
know that
I retract my request.
Yeah. Well, I will say this, Mr. Chairman, I don't want to hinder any work, and this is going to be very biased now. I don't want to hinder any work that the Parks and Recreation is doing, because I know that he's got a full agenda. I know that he has been, if you will, respectfully uncuffed and set free and he's got a lot of parks and a lot of things plans moving forward. So I want to make it as easy and as accessible for him moving forward so that we can continue moving forward, especially after this pause. Thank you.
Councilman McAllister.
I agree. I looked at the proposal, and I believe the director is pointing us in the right direction.
So I'm looking at the differences in pricing between JR Vinagro and material sand and gravel. I don't see where material sand and gravel is a better deal on the majority of these items. Well, I shouldn't say majority, but
Well, I think they're, of the 11 things on the price list, they're the lowest in 7 of them.
And which ones would you use majority? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt that.
Go ahead, Councilman.
I apologize for interrupting you. I do, and I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Which one with the ones that are lower cost, are they the ones that you would use the most of?
Well, that's kind of the thing. I don't think either of us are experts on stone and gravel and sand. So this is sort of a tool I have when we work with DPW on different projects where, a lot of times they may provide some of these materials to us because they purchase a lot of it. But on certain things, where we're using their DPW labor, some of their resources, they may want us to share in the expenditures. So that was the case with Del Judas, where the one purchase we made out of this bid this year was to support the work Director Salitro was doing with the range at Del Judas Field. So I don't particularly know what we would use more than other things on this. I'd have to defer to Director Salitro on that. But I just want to have the tool ready because we do work across departments with DPW and planning to get projects done. I want to be able to have all the tools that we have to be flexible and support what they're doing. And I'll defer to the gravel experts.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Mr. Chairman, I would like to say that maybe that would be the one thing that I would question. Maybe that's why they're going with one over the other, is possibly that they're using the lower priced item is what they're going to use the most on in the bid. I don't know. Out of my wheelhouse.
Okay, fair enough. So I think in this instance, it would make sense to take the director's recommendation. And Director, I would ask you to track the items that you're using going forward during this contract. And let's use that as a comparison for next year when we're taking a look at this again. Perhaps this was spot on. Perhaps there'll be room for adjustment going down the road. But I'll support your request and just ask that you keep track of that and keep us updated. Okay.
Thank you. That's a good suggestion. We are trying to build and implement systems and processes as we, through the first year and as we enter year 2 as a department.
Good. Sounds good. Any other questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public?
There are no hands raised at this time.
Do we have any questions from members of the public? Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Also, as far as the Warwick comments, when I asked, just in the interest of trying to save time here, we still got a ton of stuff to go through. When I asked for the first time around from questions from members of the public, I'll give it a few seconds. If I hear nothing from you, I'll ask for the second, and at that time, you can just tell me whether we have any hands raised or not. Maybe that might save us a bit. 2021-009, PCI crime scene materials, and that is found on page 152.
Lori Michaelides on behalf of the police department. In March, the police department went out to bid for BCI crime scene supplies. These supplies allow our detectives to thoroughly process any crime scene for evidence. We received 2 bids, one from Searchy Acquisition and one from Tritech Forensics. The police department's recommending that this bid be awarded to Searchy as the lowest overall bidder, and spending authorization authorized up to $4,000 for this award.
Thank you, Major. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Are there any questions from members of the public?
None.
Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion, we have a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you, Major. Item 2021-010, photography and printing supplies, and that is found on page 174.
In April, the police department went out to bid for BCI photography supplies. These supplies are necessary for our detectives to photograph serious accident scenes and crime scenes. We received 8 bids overall. Although I am aware that this council generally does not like splitting bids, we are requesting an exception in this case. The police department is recommending that the bid be awarded to Focus Camera LLC as the overall lowest bidder for photography supplies. Additionally, we are requesting Kerry's Photo Labs of Warwick Avenue, this city, be awarded the portion of the bid relating to printing and development of photographs. Kerry's provides a unique service that the other bidders cannot. We rely on Kerry's for printing of photos for prosecution purposes to include trials. We have used them for several years and found their product and availability top notch. They've actually been able to accommodate us on less than an hour's notice in the past. We are requesting spending be authorized up to $4,000 and purchases will be made on an as-needed basis.
Thank you, Major. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Hearing none. Major, I agree with your reasoning for those 2 vendors. I will support that, and I would ask for a motion.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
Motion favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Thank you. Motion passes. 2021-011, preventive maintenance and repairs on compressors. Found on page 191.
Public Works Department is requesting to award this bid to Atlantic Compressor and Vacuum in the amount of $8,000 for 1 year, July 31st, 2020 to July 30th, 2021.
Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public?
None at this time.
Thank you. I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have motion favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Item 2021-013, veterinarian services, found on page 194.
Good evening, Ann
Good
Corbin.
evening, Ann. Go ahead.
I am recommending that we award this bid to Salmon River Vet Services for a period of 2 years for $8,000 per year, a total of $16,000. They were the only vendor who submitted a bid. I did reach out to all of the other vendors on the list, and the general consensus seems to be that they just do not have time to accommodate the shelter.
Okay, Ann, thank you, and I commend you for reaching out to those vendors and doing your due diligence to try and ascertain why they're not bidding. Perhaps it might be helpful to look for some new vendors in the future. If they're not interested in bidding on a $16,000 bid, maybe there are other vendors out there that are a little bit more hungry. But thank you for doing that. I do appreciate it. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public?
No, sir.
Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
Second,
Seconded.
we have a motion, we have a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay, can you hear me now? Okay. So again, it's animal shelter, food and cat litter, and it is found on page 197. Ann, go ahead.
So I'm recommending this bid to Pet Supplies Plus, also for a period of 2 years in the amount of $5,000 per year for a total of $10,000. They were also the only vendor that bid. And I did reach out to the companies, and as in past years, the problem with most companies is that they cannot keep the prices consistent and guarantee prices. I did talk to one of the other companies that we've done business with over the years, Summit General. I did speak with him, and his problem is he's downsized his company, so his personnel for delivery has diminished, and it would have become more hassle than it was worth for him to actually take part in the bid.
Thank you, Ann, again for reaching out, and thank you for sharing their responses to us. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council?
Yeah, I have a question.
Council
Mr. Chair.
President?
And just a quick question. During the COVID crisis, have you seen an increase or a decrease in your activity at the shelter? I didn't know if it was impacting if people are not able to take care of pets, or if you're seeing more activity or less.
Not in that respect, thankfully. Not at this point, anyway. We've had our adoptions are still taking place by appointment. That really has not impacted us. We've had a lot of particularly cat adoptions lately. And luckily, no, we haven't had an influx of people calling to surrender animals due to the crisis. And we try to help people as much as we can too. So if there's anything we can do to help them keep their pet in their homes, then we're happy to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. Any other questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public?
Not at this time.
Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
2021-016, bloodborne pathogen. And that is found on page 200.
In April, the police department went out to bid for bloodborne pathogen remediation services and received 3 bids. The bid involves the decontamination of individual cells, police vehicles, common hallways, offices, rooms within headquarters. The police department recommends the contract being awarded to the lowest overall bidder, Bio One of Young Orchard Avenue, this city. The police department further requests spending be authorized up to $5,000 with this award.
Thank you, Major. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public?
Not at this time.
Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion for favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Item 2021-018, printing of various letterheads, envelopes, et cetera, found on page 204.
Good evening, Council. Ruth Nicastro, Purchasing Division buyer.
Good evening, Ruth.
The Purchasing Division went out to bid in March for the various letterhead, envelopes, business cards, and forms for the city. I received 3 bids. I reviewed all 3 bids. Making recommendation for the general printing for police, fire, and the admin to go to WB Mason. That would be items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 14, 15, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26. WB Mason was the lowest bidder overall, and they currently have our bid, and we are all satisfied with their production. Items 10, 11, 12, 13, 16, 17 are exclusive to the police department, and Regine Printing came in as the overall bidder for those items. Finally, items 7, 20, and 29 are the business cards used citywide, and I'm recommending that be awarded to Thermocraft as the lowest bidder. They're significantly lower, halved and more in their pricing. So that's why I chose them for the business cards. In doing so, I had to pick another vendor for the rest of the items. And as you can see, for instance, items 16 and 17 are the police department forms. WB Mason is almost $100 more on item 16 and $50 more on item 17. The reason I'm asking for all 3 bidders is because if I was just to go with one for the forms other than the business cards, just those police department forms 16 and 17 could negate any savings on the other forms ordered. I'm also asking to recommend this contract for 2 years in the amount of $10,000 citywide. The reason for the 2 years is they're established printers that we've utilized before, and I feel that pricing is actually came in well, and they all agreed to hold it for 2 years.
Thank you, Ruth. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public?
None at this time.
Hearing none, I need a motion.
Move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion for favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Ruth. Item 2021-019, brass fittings and valves. That is found on page 209. And we'll need to have a PCR on this. What's the next PCR, Madam Clerk?
PCR 5020.
Yeah, PCR 50-20. Okay. Kerry, I believe this is yours. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. We went out to bid back in March. We awarded the bid to 6, we're recommending the bid be awarded to 6 different vendors. I appreciate your point on awarding bids to multiple vendors, but the water division is kind of unique in that way. So you take this brass fittings and valves bid, potentially some items, we order a couple hundred of them at a time. So sometimes it looks like you save just a few cents. There's one item that's $46. Meter adapters. So our take on multiple vendors is to save the city as much money as possible when, potentially ordering 600, 700, 800 different items. So that's why we recommended the 6 different companies.
Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public?
None at this time.
Thank you. Hearing none, I need a motion.
Move favorable action.
We have a motion for favorable. We have a seconded from Councilman Howe. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Motion passes. Item 2021-020, post-type fire hydrants, and that is found on page 216, and we need a PCR number for that. It'll be PCR 51-20. So item 2021-020 becomes PCR 5120. Go ahead.
Thanks again, Mr. Chairman. Same thing. Back in March, we went up to bid, awarded to 5 different companies. If you see the bid sheet, you're going to see once again that some companies don't bid on certain things. Some companies are a little bit higher. Some cases a lot higher. It just gives us more flexibility to save the city as much as we can. With the amount of material, parts that we do order for the fire hydrants and fire hydrants themselves.
Anything else, Terry?
Nope, at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Any comments, questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public?
None at this time.
Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
We have a
Seconded.
motion favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. 2021-233, winter sand, found on page 222. That's 222. Christie, go ahead, please.
Public Works is requesting to award this bid to Carty Corporation for the purchase of winter sand in the amount of $40,000 for 1 year, July 1, 2020 to June 30, 2021.
Christie, what did we spend on that line item this current year?
$15,714.04.
And we just happen to be very fortunate. We had a very, very mild winter. I can remember when we had some years that we were pretty much begging to get some sand from some folks. Okay, any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public?
None at this time.
Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
We have
Seconded.
a motion for favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. This Zoom thing does get entertaining at times, doesn't it? Okay, moving on to 2021-026A, found on page 225. Sorry, item 2021-026A, quarterly fire alarm report, found on page 225.
This request is for the Public Works portion of this bid. We are requesting a cap of $6,000 for the fire alarm inspection, testing and service if necessary for a 1-year period, July 12, 2020 to July 11, 2021 to Precision Alarm Corporation.
Thank you, Christie. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public?
None at this time.
Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Item 2021-026, B, quarterly fire alarm inspections and testing. And that is found on page 229.
Jason Nominaro,
Chairman.
Fire Department. Fire Department's making the same recommendation for Precision Alarm Company for items 16 through 24, which is the 9 fire stations. We're looking for a 1-year contract and total amount not to exceed $5,000.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public?
None at this time.
Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion for favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Item 2021-026C, quarterly fire alarm inspections and testing. And that is found on page 233.
James Scott, Parks and Recreation. Like our colleagues at DPW, we're recommending awards to Precision Alarms. And the bid period will be from July 11th, 2020 until July 12th, 2021. And the amount, the cap of the award will be $600.
Thank you, James. So far, you get the golden ring. I like your number a lot better than the rest of them. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public?
None at this time.
Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Item 2021-026D, and that is found on page 237.
Ann Corbin for the shelter. And recommending that this bid also be awarded to Precision Alarm Corporation in the amount of $180 for a 1-year period.
And you beat them all hands down for sure. That number's even better. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public?
None at this time.
Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. 2021-026E on the page 241.
The police department is also recommending that the bid be awarded to Precision Alarm as the lowest bidder. Our price would be a yearly cost of $200.
Thank you, Major. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public?
None at this time.
Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion favorable. We have a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Item 2021-027, structural firefighting gloves. That is found on page 245.
Fire Department received 4 bids for structural firefighting gloves. The vendor that bid the lowest price on the glove that met all of our specifications was C&S Specialty Inc. out of North Smithfield, Rhode Island.
Chief, what did we spend in that line item last year?
Fortunately, we didn't spend any money on that item last year. We didn't have any need for gloves, but we're anticipating that for this coming year that we're probably going to have more than normal. So we're looking at about 60 pairs for the upcoming year.
You say you're expecting more than normal. Why is that?
Because we didn't replace them many gloves this year. We had enough of a stock to fulfill some of the use of the firefighting gloves. We typically get about 3 years out of a pair of gloves. So we always anticipate about a third of our glove allotment, which is about for 180 firemen, about a third is about 60 gloves per year.
And how many gloves do you have on hand right now?
Right now we have about 12 pairs.
Okay. And what's the complement at the fire department right now?
We're at 182 right now.
182, okay. Okay, any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public?
None at this time.
Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion favorable. We have a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Motion passes. Item 2021-028, cleaning supplies for the fire department, and that is found on page 249.
Fire department received 8 bids for janitorial and cleaning supplies. After tabulating our bid prices, WB Mason and Banner, both like the other departments, came in with the majority of the lowest bid items. At our conversation of the last year, we decided to go with one vendor. WB Mason definitely had more items that were lower priced between the two vendors at 22 versus 17 for Banner. And then when we cross-reference that with our usage of those items, most of the items we have a higher volume in would be with WB Mason. So the department is recommending the bid go to awarded to WB Mason. This is going to be a 1-year bid for $15,000.
Chief, I just found your bid very confusing, or at least your spreadsheet. I found it very confusing. There's just a tremendous amount of items here, and it's just, to me, it's just very confusing trying to compare one vendor to another, looking at these sheets in their current form. Also, I would just like to remind you that typically what we have asked the department heads to do on item pricing is to provide us with 20, 25 of your most commonly used items, whether it be brake shoes, a fire hose, flamethrower, whatever. So just in the interest of saving you some time and making these sheets a little more legible and understandable to us and easier to get to the nuts and bolts of who the best deal is, I would ask that you kind of hang into that 2025 item. And if you could, and I'll be happy to meet with you in the forward. I'll tell you honestly, this morning, as I'm going through this again, I couldn't spend the time that I needed to spend to go through this sheet because I just found it that complicated. I'm going to take your position at face value that WB Mason is the best deal and the lion's share of these items, but I would like to at some point meet with you so we could come up with some sort of a spreadsheet that's just a little easier for us to balance these numbers.
Councilman, would it be helpful in the future if we put an anticipated usage for these for our year from our previous years when we do actually go out to bid with them?
That would be helpful, Chief, but as an example, we go page to page to page. So in order for me to compare item number 31 with all the other vendors, I got to flip through all of these pages and run through item or get to item 31 to see if Interborough is a better deal than New England Sanitizing Supply, as an example. And the way this spreadsheet is put out here, it's just complicated and very, very time consuming to try and categorize all of these numbers and determine, at least for me, to determine who I think has the best math. So again, it's something that, at some point, in the future, maybe we could just get together and go over this, but I'm not going to hold it up at this time. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public?
None at this
None? Thank you. Hearing none, I need a motion on 2021-028.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion for favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. 2021-029, street striping. Want to make sure I get that right. Found on page 268. Christie?
Public Works is requesting to award this bid to Safety Marking Incorporated in the amount of $30,000 for 1 year, beginning August 30th, 2020.
Christie, just give us a quick overview as to what we do with these markings and what we can expect to receive for $30,000.
This is the fog line and the yellow lines that are on city roadways, so such as like Sandy Lane or Long Street or any of those roadways. What happens is the engineering department determines which roads are getting striped. It's by the linear foot. They have the measurement, and then they coordinate with the vendor, give them a list of roads to be striped, what they want done, whether it's, center line, fog line, both. Very rarely, we do have like crosswalks. We usually do our own crosswalks, but in the event that we need something like that, or like the running child figures and things, we do have that as part of the bid. I've been in this department for 11 years. I don't think we've ever used that portion of it. So primarily it's just for the line striping.
Okay, so the line striping, so when we do new roads, city roads, and they were previously striped, and we resurface these roads, we restripe these roads, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm really happy to hear you commenting about this street striping is used for crosswalks, because we all know that I have a couple of crosswalks that are very near and dear to my heart here. So I'm glad to see we're going to have the striping available to do those. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Are there any questions from members of the public?
Not at this time.
Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you, Christie. Looking forward to seeing that $30,000 put to good use. 2021-034A, HVAC maintenance and repairs. That is found on page 330. Oh, sorry. On page 272.
Public Works is requesting to award this bid to D. Larson and Sons, as well as Next Gen Mechanical, in the amount of $20,000 for 1 year period beginning August 30th, 2020. The reason we are asking for two vendors is we use them for necessary preventative maintenance and any repairs to the HVAC systems in the city. This department is responsible for all the city buildings with the exception of recreation and school facilities. Typically, if we only have one vendor and we need them in two places, say the air conditioning's down and the animal shelter and the police station, we can't have them in two places typically at the same time. This will allow us to maintain. There's not a huge price difference between these two vendors as far as the hourly rate, and the markup is exactly the same for any parts that we might need. And it's a $6 difference between the hourly rate. So we are requesting to have these two vendors.
Christie, I agree with you completely, and I support your request. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public?
None, sir.
Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Christie. Motion passes. Item 2021-034B, HVAC maintenance, and that is found on page 276.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to recommend that the Parks and Rec HVAC for buildings bid go to E. Larson and Sons as the lowest bidder. The cap I'm recommending is 10,000 for a 1-year period, starting on August 30th, 2020 and running until August 29th, 2021.
Thank you, James. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public?
None at this-
Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Motion passes. Item 2021-036, food products found on page 280.
Good evening again, Meg Underwood from Senior Services. This is food products that are used in our coffee shop. It is self-supporting. We are recommending the bid go to the only bidder, Gordon Food Products, who has been our vendor for several years, with the exception of one 6-month bid. Unfortunately, the amount that we order, particularly at any single time, does not meet the minimums for the vendors that I called to say why they were not bidding. Most of them want at least $500 in product for every order, and we simply don't have that kind of numbers. Gordon has actually come down on their prices for a lot of the items, particularly the items we use most of. And this is a $4,500 bid for a 6-month period.
Thank you, Meg. I appreciate that. And, you know, I certainly recall over the years that I've been on the council, we've basically had the same conversation, the same issue with vendors. You know, we've gone round and around on a bottle of water or a case of water, et cetera. Yeah, I get it. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public?
None at this time.
Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
We have
Seconded.
motion for favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you.
2021, thank you, Meg. 2021-037, medical supplies and equipment found on page 286.
Fire department received 8 vendors that submitted bids. The fire department is recommending that the bid award go to Boundtree Medical and additionally to Stryker Sales Corporation and Teleflex. Boundtree Medical was lowest priced on majority of the items. The department's also recommending Stryker Sales simply because they're the OEM provider of the parts that were listed for their equipment. And they are significantly lower than the bid price from Boundtree. So I think it'd be beneficial to add them as a vendor for those items. And Teleflex Medical was the only bidder on items 221 through 224. So we wouldn't be able to purchase those items if we're not to add them as an additional vendor. The current bid expires 7/20 of 2020. It's a 1-year bid, not to exceed $65,000.
Well, thank you, Chief. Appreciate that. And also, I'd like to comment that it's encouraging to see the amount of vendors that some of your bids have been generating. I know over the years that I've been here, we haven't seen such a robust amount of vendors. So whatever you're doing to encourage those folks to bid, that is appreciated. I would also just reiterate the same thing as on the last bid. At some point, you know, in the future, you and I can sit down and go over these spreadsheets. But it's encouraging to see all those vendors. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public?
None at this time.
Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
We have motion second.
Seconded.
We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Item 2021-39A, found on page 38, medications for emergency medical services, found on page 328.
We're on 38A, correct?
Yes, on page 328, item 038A.
Just when you complimented me on the vendors, we only received one bid for medications for EMS. That was from Boundtree Medical, so we're recommending the award go to Boundtree. It's a one-year award for $3,000.
So Chief, I think the saying goes, he who giveth can taketh, something like that. So Chief, this is a lot of meds, there's no doubt. Had you contacted any of these other vendors to find out why they have not bid?
Yeah, there's only a couple of vendors that deal in EMS medications because it's so highly controlled, that business itself, pharmaceuticals. The other vendors that typically bid didn't because of how volatile the pricing on medications is right now with the pandemic. So they were uncomfortable holding bids for a one-year time period. Even Boundtree admittedly was a little uncomfortable, but they did submit a bid, so we had a bid in place.
Fair enough. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public?
None at this time.
Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Item 2021-38B, medications for emergency medical services. And that is found on page 335.
The police department went out to bid for medications for emergency medical services along with the fire department. As the chief stated, there was only one bidder, Boundtree Medical. The police department only purchases item number 33, naloxone. We request permission to spend up to $2,000 and purchases will be made on an as-needed basis.
Any questions from the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public?
None at this time.
Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. 2021-040, fire sprinkler inspections, and that is found on page 342.
Fire department received 3 bids for sprinkler inspections. After reviewing the prices, the lowest price was from Fire Equipment Inc. out of Smithfield, Rhode Island. The current bid expires 6/30/20. We're looking for a one-year bid award in the amount not to exceed $5,000.
Yeah, good job, Chief, because there's a big difference between fire equipment and the others. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. 2021-041, delivery, rental, and filling of oxygen tanks, found on page 346.
So the fire department received 2 vendors that submitted pricing. The lowest vendor was Airgas LLC from the city. Current bid again expires on 6/30/20. We're looking for a 2-year contract not to exceed $15,000.
Chief, very happy to see a Warwick company being successful in this bidding process. And once again, we all encourage the department heads to reach out to the vendors and particularly to find out if there's any particular reasons that they're not bidding our work. Good to see Warwick companies getting the business. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public?
None at this time.
Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Motion passes. 2021-045, service and maintenance agreement for Stryker EMS equipment. And that is found on page 349.
So the department only received one bid result from our bid request. That was from Stryker Sales Corporation. We're looking for a 1-year contract bid award from 8/25/20 through 8/24/21 for an amount not to exceed $6,860.25.
Chief, why do you think we only got one bid on this?
There's actually only two, admittedly, only two companies that can actually submit bids for this. They're the only ones that are authorized by strikers to work on striker equipment. The other one is MSTAR. We used to use MSTAR Northeast, which was out of Massachusetts in the past. They were sold last year or 2 years ago to MSTAR Corporate, and they do not do contracts. They only do labor and parts, which is not beneficial to the city. We've found that the service contracts are much more efficient use of the money.
So is this the former, I remember when I first got on the council, there was a whole lot of conversation on this. Is this the former Perverse program software thing?
No, these are the stretchers that we use in the rescues. These are the litters that go in the back of the trucks. This is just the service contract for those pieces of equipment for maintaining, doing preventative maintenance and repairs.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do you have any questions from members of the public?
Not at this time.
Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a favor, we have a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. 2020-309, strategy and tactics costs found on page 356.
The fire department is seeking a 56.6 exception to bid for a strategy and tactics course. This is part of the $1.2 million grant that was awarded from the federal government for training of officers. There's several classes that we've already started to conduct. There's more that need to come throughout the performance period of this grant. One of which is strategy and tactics specific to our fire department and to New England. The PL Vulcan is the company we're recommending. They are the only one capable of delivering this program because it's owned by them and it's been developed. We've used this company in the past very successfully with other custom fire department training programs. This is going to be funded through the FEMA AFG 2018 grant, so it's going to be grant reimbursed, and we're looking for an award of $29,750.
And Chief, what does this training consist of?
This is training the fire department and the fire department officers in the strategy and tactics of firefighting.
Like what type of tactics?
It's structural firefighting, size up of a building, how to attack a fire, how to ventilate a fire, those type of things. I can get into more detail. I can have Chief McMichael do it if you'd like.
And I know you said that this, at least this time around, this is paid for by a FEMA grant. Do you foresee this ever becoming an unfunded mandate?
No, definitely not. This is something that we applied for with that FEMA grant specifically to increase the education of our officers in the department. And we were awarded the money, so we went just to find a vendor that could fulfill those requirements.
Okay, good job. As I've said in the past, fire department's doing a good job with these grants. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public?
None at this time.
Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. 2020-311, purchase of rotary lift attachments. That's found on page 360.
The Public Works Department is requesting to purchase lift attachments for our portable rotary lifts in the back garage in the amount of $3,236.62. This would be a one-time purchase. This will allow the lifts in the back garage to work on our smaller vehicles, like our one-ton pickups. Right now, we have 2 vehicle lifts in the front garage, and that's it. We have the 2 portable lifts in the back garage, but those are primarily for large vehicles, fire trucks, dump trucks. So these attachments to our lifts will allow us to also provide service in the back garage for the smaller vehicles.
And Christie, I think this is a really good idea. And, I'd also add that DPW, you folks have been doing a really good job with cannibalizing some of this older equipment and, getting more with less. I think you've been doing a really good job with keeping these, a lot of this equipment in use. And by investing some short money, I think over a period of several years, this is going to have a real good payback for the taxpayers. And also, I think it's going to give the department a really good advantage in getting these smaller vehicles, smaller equipment back out on the street even sooner, that will be able to service all of our wards. I think that's a good job.
Thank you.
Questions from members of the committee? Councilman McAllister.
Thank you. I just want to concur with Chairman Lattiser said. The director, Salitro, he this was months ago now. We were in the back garage there with the lifts, with the big lifts for the big trucks, and he was telling how he was going to come before us for these other trucks, and it's really going to help us get these vehicles back out there and servicing the city. I think this is a great investment. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any further comments from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public?
None at this time.
Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion for favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Item 2020-328, Calavo Silver Preferred Package Pro. And that is found on page 364. Okay, hold on. Before we get into this, I actually received a call from Major Micheletti's earlier this morning, and she has requested to pull that bid. And I support that. I'm going to make a motion at the request of the sponsor to pull item 2020-328. It'll be
unfavorable action.
It'll be unfavorable action. It'll be withdrawn at the request of the sponsor.
I will second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion for unfavorable action at the request of the sponsor withdrawing. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Excuse me? Okay, PCR, Madam Clerk, what is it? Next one? 51?
52.
52.
52, PCR 52.
PCR 5220. Unfavorable action at the request of the sponsor. $2023-30 integrated receipt printers. That is found on page 369.
Phil Carlucci, MIS Director. This is a request under City Ordinance 56-6, exception to bid to award the purchase of customized printers for the Tax Collector Department to Tyler Technologies as the sole source in the amount of $8,690. A little history with these receipt printers. These are the receipt printers that they use at the tax collector's office. These printers are 6+ years old, and they're actually not compatible with the current version of Munis. The printers are actually integrated with the software. They put code into them for the formatting of the print of the receipt. We've been going around and around. So in the tax collector's department, they're actually using the desktop version of the software, of the Munis software. This has caused us a number of issues in support over the year and a half that I've been here, where we have something that's a little peculiar. We get a hold of Tyler Tech Support and they go, you're using the desktop version. We don't really support that anymore. So this expenditure will replace those printers and allow us to upgrade the tax collector receipts registers to the current version of Munis.
Phil, I can certainly concur with non-compatible, and issues wholeheartedly. But I do have one question for you. So who's going to be that little voice in my ear when I ask if there's any comments from members of the public?
That would be Ralph.
Okay, okay. I just wanted
Here,
to
guys.
Any questions from Councilman Qualley? Is somebody's mic isn't muted? Okay. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Ralph, do we have any questions from members of the public?
Oh, no question at this time.
Not at this time. Okay, hearing none. I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Phil. 2021-022 Municipal Recycling Facility Byproducts.
Mr.
And that
Chairman,
is-
Mr.
Sir.
Chairman, yeah, the reason we're getting an echo is I believe Attorney Walsh is not muted over in the corner.
Okay, that's what I was just asking. I heard somebody and I didn't know who it was.
Bill, if you could mute yours. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Okay, so back on to 2021-022 Municipal Recycling Facility Byproducts found on page 375. We're getting there, folks.
Public Works is requesting to award this bid to multiple vendors on an as-needed basis. This is a revenue-generating bid for the city with our department, primarily with scrap metal and compost. The scrap metal, we take it where the highest price is being paid at the time. And then compost is for what we sell from here in the department at our compost facility. So there is no dollar amount to attach to this. It's whatever revenue we bring in, and it's a 1-year period from July 1, 2020 to June 30th, 2021.
Christie, I like that revenue thing, and I'll support all the vendors you want to put on for this revenue item. Good job. Any questions from members of the committee?
Just a quick comment, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say this is wonderful. DPW and Director Salitro are doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Agreed. Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public?
None at this time.
Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
We have a
Seconded.
motion. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. 2021-039 Interoperable Emergency Network. That is found on page 377.
The fire department is requesting a 56-6 exception to bid for Mutual Link out of Wallington, Connecticut. Mutual Link is the sole provider of network access and software maintenance for the existing interoperability system. This allows us communications that can share radio, video, and telephone communications with the other participants, which include the fire department, the police department, Kent Hospital, the malls, and all the school buildings. This is a 1-year award contract for a total amount not to exceed $5,068.41. And this covers the cost for both the police and the fire department.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public?
None at this time.
Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have motion favorable. We have a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. 2021-060 UFED software renewal. That is found on page 381.
The police department is seeking exception to bid and authorization to renew our software for an evidence extraction device. The department purchased an updated UFED Universal Forensic Extraction Device machine made by Celebrate in 2014 for $9,000. In order to keep the machine up to date for use as a forensic examiner, we are required to purchase a software renewal package each year. The cost of this package is $3,700, which is the same as last year. Celebrate is a sole source vendor for the UFID machine, and therefore its software packages are as well. This machine is widely used by law enforcement and can extract data from about 95% of all electronic devices on the market today.
So Major, we paid, what'd you say, 9,000 change for the machine?
9,000 even back in 2014.
And it's costing us 3,700 a year for software?
That's correct.
So is there, with this software purchase, is there at some point in the future where they give us a new machine?
At this point, it's still updating the software year to year. I'm sure the technology is going to keep changing every year. We have 4 to 5 different forensic software packages, but we use these devices on every single investigation we work on. So, I mean, they really are an invaluable tool in the way of the future with respect to investigations. But as it stands right now, we don't need to buy a different machine because it's the actual key and software that we have to update, but I wouldn't be surprised at some point in the future if that were the case, though.
Sure. So this is similar to, in my world, you know, we have to purchase a computer, we purchase QuickBooks Pro, and, you know, every year or two or whatever, we're going to update that software. Similar situation, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public?
None at this time.
Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Thank you. Item 2021-061, in case software maintenance, found on page 326. I'm sorry, 386.
The department is seeking an exception to bid and authorization to renew our subscription to another forensic software program called NCASE. This software is widely used by law enforcement throughout the country and is endorsed by the National White Collar Crime Center. Again, this software is used for forensic examination, analysis, and extraction of data from a variety of devices. It also creates searchable reports that our detectives can search key terms, dates, etc., to locate the evidence that they're looking for. The total cost of the security keys and the maintenance upgrades is $3,080.29.
Thank you, Major. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public?
None at this time.
Thank you. Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a favorable, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. 2021-062, police educational expenses, found on page 392.
Mr. Chair, could we hold this to August 17th, please?
At the request of the sponsor, we were going to hold, well, we're going to need a PCR on this. So PCR 53, Madam Clerk?
That's correct,
PCR
53.
Thank you. PCR 5320. At the request of the sponsor, we are going to hold until the August, what was that, the August 13th? What's the August meeting date?
I believe she said the 17th, Mr. Chairman.
17th.
That's correct, August 17th. At the request of the sponsor, I make a motion, we hold this until August 17th. I need a second.
Second.
We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Item 2021-063, police licensing, advertising, and that is found on page 394.
The department is seeking an exception to bid and authorization to expend funds for advertising expenses for various licenses reviewed by the licensing unit and approved by the Board of Public Safety in the Warwick Beacon on an as-needed basis for fiscal year 2021, not to exceed $6,000. The licensing unit processes daily requests for advertising for various licenses issued within the city. Beacon Communication has favorably provided these services in the past and is the only local advertiser to meet the advertising requirements necessary. Advertising in a statewide publication would be cost prohibitive.
Thank you, Major. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public?
None at this time.
Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. 2021-064, police recruitment, found on page 396.
The police department is seeking an exception to bid and authorization to expend funds and not to exceed $5,000 from various vendors for the next 2 recruitment drives. These funds will be used to cover expenses for advertising, facility rentals for the agility and written examinations, and for other incidental expenses. We are requesting a 2-year contract to run through June 30th, 2022, which would cover the next 2 recruitment drives.
And Major, I see on your position paper here, you say that the department will be charging a fee of $60 to candidates taking the written exam. Is it fair to say that that fee that's being charged for the exam pretty much evens out the cost of the $5,000?
It doesn't quite even out. The written exam is probably the most expensive portion of the recruitment process, and that $60 fee definitely pays for more than that. So we do need an additional amount of money to pay for the incidentals, but it does usually get us pretty close.
Okay, good. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Any questions from members of the public?
None at this time.
Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. 2021-065, services for mental health clinician, on page 399.
The police department is seeking an exception to bid to enter into a partnership once again with the Providence Center, who has provided our agency with a mental health clinician. This clinician is housed within our department and works alongside specially trained members of our agency to perform various duties within the community, to include outreach with the homeless population, offer and provide services of drug rehabilitation, mental health counseling and outreach, and providing mental health evaluation and certification for those in crisis, as well as responding to critical incidents along with our officers. The current agreement is that the Providence Center would provide their mental health clinician to our agency on a full-time basis at a cost of $40,000 annually. We seek to continue this agreement for a 3rd year. The current contract expires June 30th, 2020. This would be a 1-year contract, and the $40,000 would be paid in quarterly payments of $10,000.
Major, you said that if this is approved, this will be the 3rd year that the police department's been doing this?
The clinician has actually been with us prior years, but they didn't have to charge us at that point. So we were receiving those services for nothing. As I believe back in 2014, the Providence Center, the need for these clinicians had just grown so much that they actually had to split the cost with them in order to continue the program.
I don't have a problem with spending the money for this. I certainly understand the need for it, and I agree with it. My point is that the Warwick Police Department has been doing this for a number of years. This isn't something that just came to be.
Oh, no, we've been doing this for 7 or 8 years now.
Yeah, very long time. I think it's a great program, certainly worth every penny. Any questions from members of the committee?
I do.
Councilman McAllister.
Thank you. And this really is a great program and a great resource for our city and our citizens. This is probably over a year ago now, when they came in, the Providence Center. They came in, they met with the mayor. I attended that meeting as well. They gave some really great examples of the work that they do every day, working with our police department, addressing needs of our citizens. And this is a really good investment that we're making here, and a great program. And I think we should, really encourage this program, especially during these times. And this is a great thing that the city of Warwick, the police department, has been doing this for a number of years. And this is something that I want to encourage, and I appreciate the work that they are doing. these people that are working hand in hand, hand in glove with our police department. And it really is a benefit to our city. And so this is a really good program, and I look forward to supporting it tonight. Thank you.
Well said, Councilman. Any other questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Do we have any questions from members of the public?
I had a question.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President?
Sorry, I was just looking, Major, at the mental health crisis response team. Could you just elaborate what that team does and how long it's been around for?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, can I take that? Colonel Rathbun for the Warwick Police Department.
Yes, certainly, Colonel. Go ahead.
Mr. President, the mental health crisis response team is approximately 30 to 40 members, depending upon availability and assignments, that are specifically trained to respond to people that are involved with mental health crisis, substance abuse, and alcohol abuse, as well as our homeless population. It works in conjunction with the mental health clinician that's on this item in the docket.
Thank you, Colonel. Council President, anything further?
No, I think it's important for the public to realize what the police department's been doing and what we've had in place. And I would defer to the chief on this, but this has been in place ever since, I think it was 2014, which was the Ferguson, Missouri incidents. Is that correct, Chief, or no?
It's roughly about that timeline with Ferguson, and it's been timely and kind of, I want to say, soft-spoken program. We don't politicize it per se, but through the support of both Mayor Solomon and the council, with training dollars and the clinician itself, we've been able to sustain it for a number of years. And it's interesting that the current scene seems to be bringing this to an issue. And you're right, Mr. President, this is something we've been, I want to say, in the forefront, both in the state and regional.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Chief, I would certainly be remiss if I didn't add that the Warwick Police Department has been in the forefront of very many issues. This particularly important, and I think it's very important that this type of thing becomes known to all. So good job.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. 2021-066, City Clerk Advertising.
Questions, sir?
Oh, I'm sorry, we have a question. Yes, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. This is a question on the item 2021-065.
Yes, I just want to know, is there statistics that shows how often the clinician is used on a day-to-day or yearly basis?
Okay, good question. Who would?
Mr. Chairman, could I get the person's name, please?
Sir, could you state
John.
your name for the record, please?
John Lugo.
Thank you.
Okay. Was that John? Spell your last name, John?
Lugo.
Ludo. Okay, thank you, John. Who would want to take that? Colonel, Major?
I'll take it, sir.
Go ahead, Colonel.
Mr. Lugo, this particular program that we're talking about here, if it's voted to continue, is a full-time program. So the clinician works 5 days a week and is on call both nights and weekends beyond that. She's assigned to both day shift and second shift, so she works basically some daytime hours and then splits her time on second shift. In addition to her casework and specific numbers, she's assigned to follow-ups to specific calls as it relates to, so if we get a mental health call, for instance, we don't just dispose of it. She'll follow up on that at a later date. The overall calls for service average about between 30 and 40 per week for her, working in conjunction with our mental health crisis response team. So it's an invaluable service for a full-time position assigned specifically to Warwick and our citizens who are in need of her services in conjunction with the police department, Mr.
Thank you, Colonel. Any further questions? Mr. Ludo, do you have any further questions?
No, that have been great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions from members of the public regarding item 2021-065?
None at this time.
Okay, we did have a favorable action vote on that. We're moving on to 2021-066. City clerk advertising, and that is found on page 402.
The city clerk is seeking a 56(6) exception to publication for the city clerk advertising. It would be a disadvantage for the city to bid this service as the Warwick Beacon is a sole source vendor for placing these ads. These expenses are to advertise zone changes, abandonments, and ordinances that the city council passes during the fiscal year 2021. This bid is from July 1st, 2020 through 6/30/2021. Current bid expires 6/30 of 19. 6/30 of 20. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Any questions from members of the public?
None at this time.
Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion for favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Okay, so here's the encouraging news. We're down to the last two items. Probate court advertising, 2021-067. That is found on page 404.
Okay, this is a 56(6) exception to bid as well. Probate court matters, and we advertise in the Warwick Beacon and the Kent County Daily Times. Probate court is required to advertise the hearings in a newspaper with countywide circulation. Placing the ad in both newspapers would cover the entire county as well as save the petitioner's advertising fees. Budget amount is $20,000. Each publication is designated $10,000 for these expenses. Again, this bid expires 6/30 of 20 and it'll go from 7/1/2020 to 6/30/2021.
Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public?
I have a
Sorry,
question. That's
President,
okay.
go ahead.
Just when this is to the clerk, when we have these probate matters, this is reimbursed from, there's a revenue source that comes in is really my question. When a probate matter is filed.
The petition. Yep, the petition is paid for their advertising. It's included in the advertising fee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you for that. Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public?
None at this time.
Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
Motion favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Last item, 2021-069, software support and maintenance from Munis, found on page 406.
Phil Carlucci, MIS Director. This is a request under City Ordinance 56(6), exception to bid to award the Munis software maintenance contract to Tyler Technologies as a sole source provider in the amount of $215,416.33. This represents approximately a 3.5% increase over last year, which in the software world is on the lower end of it, although I wouldn't tell them that. This represents our software support, the help desk, technicians coming on to fix any issues that we might have, along with any updates for any of the modules. The good news is we are currently using all modules or in the process of implementing the modules that we're paying for this year. This would run through July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021.
Okay, Phil, again, I have to give kudos where kudos are due. I think that you have done an outstanding job with this MIS department since you've gotten here. And I realize that $215,416 is a tremendous amount of money for the taxpayers. Could you tell us what would happen if we did not support this?
Currently, this is the sport. This is what allows us to use the ERP system, the Enterprise Resource Planning System that we have for the city. So virtually all city functions are dependent upon this. All city functions are dependent on this in that it does our payroll and our finance package. And in addition to that, although you do have some software packages here and there that are very specific to a particular department's needs, all of the departments for the most part will use this. We would, if we didn't replace it with other software that would be just as costly on a maintenance basis, it would be going back to pencil and paper.
And if there were some alternative, the transitional costs, the resetup costs, et cetera, would be significant. So essentially, this is the lifeline of the city and how we do business.
Yes, sir, it is.
Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. President.
I was just going to echo some of your comments to Phil, which is I'm glad to see that it only went up around 2.5%, Phil, and I think you did a great job with that. But it also needs to, the public needs to know our frustration because these are sole source providers. And you don't see this as much in the private sector because you have the ability to change vendors and you don't have such a large system. There are only a few vendors out there that really service city or town systems. With that said, it'd be great, and I don't know if you have information on this, Phil, if we could piggyback with other cities and towns that might use Munis to put out a group bid to see if we couldn't get it down even more.
That is certainly worth investigating. I haven't heard of that being done in any of the other areas, but it's a great suggestion.
Obviously I'm going to support this, but it's just frustrating. I know we've been talking about it for years. I know when Mayor Solomon was on the council, he had talked about it too, that these sole source providers just kill us with fees for these things. And it'd be nice to have one system where maybe everybody's on the same software system and we're buying, as we do through the state on cell phones, for example, or something like that, where we get a better price. It just would be in all the cities and towns' best interest in Rhode Island. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public?
There are none.
Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Mr. President, before we move on, I would request a 10-minute recess.
Does anybody have an objection to a 10-minute recess? And I would like to compliment the Finance Committee because that was the longest docket I've ever seen since I've been here. And 300 or 400 pages. But if there's no objections to that, we're not in session, but we could take a 10-minute recess.
Mr. President, nobody's counting, but it's like 409 pages. My ears are sore, the mask hurts, and I've got a headache. Usually I give headaches.
All right, so let's take a 10-minute break here, even though we're not in full session yet, but we'll take a 10-minute break before we start the next committees. So can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I think the next committee, well, we're still on finance, so Councilman Lattiser, if you can continue with finance, if everybody's back.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So we need an acceptance of the minutes from, we need an acceptance of the committee meeting held on March 9th.
Favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion for favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. PCR 37-20, consent bids for June 29, 2020. PCO 7-19 pension board, that is mine. I'm going to hold till August 17th. We have ordinance relative to senior and veterans exemptions, hold till September 9th. An ordinance relative to employee benefits, hold till September 9th. PCO 2919, an ordinance relative to tangible property tax regarding vacant storefronts, Councilman Sinapi.
Hold till the August meeting, please.
At the request of the sponsor, hold till August 17th. Thank you. An ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 1 of the City of Warwick Code of Ordinances. We're going to hold till September 9th. An ordinance relative to the ratification of teacher contracts and support personnel contracts. That is also mine. Hold till August 17th. Item 8, PCR 195-19, a resolution relative to creating a commission to study healthcare insurance benefits, Councilman Sinapi.
Hold to the next meeting in July, first meeting in July.
There's only one meeting in July, Councilman.
First and
Pretty
only
booked
meeting in
up.
July. Oh, it's backed up already? All right,
Pretty booked
bump it
up.
to August, please.
Thank you. Hold till August 17th. Thank you for that. PCR 11-20, resolution relative to repairs to damage at Lippert Park, hold till August 17th. PCR 13-20, a resolution to the DPW signage. So that was a specific area in my ward. I'm the sponsor on this. It was a specific area in my ward that the stop signs had not been put up for quite a lengthy period of time. Since this was put down as a resolution, those signs have been put up and taken care of. So I am going to make a motion to withdraw.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
for the clerk's record keeping, if we could take one motion that would to formally hold the items number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 to the dates as indicated. You can do that as one motion if you were to move that.
Say that again.
We did not hold individual votes on anything. So for the committee's record keeping, if we could just have a formal motion to hold all of those items to
okay,
the dates
fine.
as indicated.
Okay, at the request of the solicitor, I need a formal motion to hold everything from item 1 through item 9.
Item 2.
As indicated.
Items 2 through 9 to the dates
Items
indicated.
2 through 9, correct.
I'll make that motion. Seconded.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Ayes have it.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Counselor. Okay, so once again, we have a motion, we have a second to withdraw PCR 13-20. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion passes unanimous. PCR 15-20, a resolution relative to school bonding construction for the 2020 ballot. Not drafted. I'm going to put that to, let's hold till August 17th.
Do you want to vote on that?
I need a motion.
Motion to hold to August 17th. Seconded.
We have a motion to hold. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Ayes have it. PCR 27-20, a resolution to the General Assembly. I'm going to make a motion to put that in a pending file. Need a second?
Second.
Who seconded that?
I did, the Councilman McCall.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. Okay, need a motion. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. We have PCR 29-20. It's a resolution memorializing the General Assembly to enact legislation authorizing the city of Warwick to issue not to exceed $10 million general obligation bonds, notes, and other evidences of indebtedness to finance the construction, renovation, improvement, alteration, repair, furnishing, and equipping of athletic and/or recreational fields and facilities for the city high schools, subject to approval of state housing aid at a reimbursement rate of state share ratios of not less than 35% at the time of issuance, and provided that the authorization shall be reduced by that amount of certain grants received from state bond proceeds from the Rhode Island Department of Education and from the Rhode Island School Building Authority. Councilman Sinapi.
At the request of the school department, I want to hold this till the July meeting.
Again, that's the July meeting, Councilman. You want to hold it?
This time, yes.
Okay. So we are going to hold to the July, what is that meeting, July 13th. Okay, I'll make a motion at the request of the sponsor to hold item PCR 2920 to July 13th. Need a second?
Second.
We have a second by Councilman McAllister. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No, thank you. PCR 3720, 20-20, 257, automotive wet batteries, finance. Let me just get to that. Does someone have that item handy? I cannot put my fingers on it right at the moment. Does anyone have that handy? Does anyone have that item handy? I just cannot put my fingers on it right at the moment.
Mr. Chairman, I have it here, the back of the packet in our binders. This looks like it was for automotive wet batteries. The award contract would be $34,000 to Raps Auto Supply, which is on 3666 West Shore Road here in Warwick. Contract period 5/28/20 through 5/27/22. But it looks like it came from
Okay.
our friends at DPW.
Yes, okay, I have it here. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, any questions from members of the committee on this? Any comments? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Any questions from members of the public?
Not at this time.
Hearing none, I need a motion.
I move favorable action.
We have a motion for favorable. We have a second by
Seconded.
Councilman Howe. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. New business, PCO 11-20, an ordinance in regards to approving the financing of the design, construction, repair, rehabilitation, equipment, and extension of the city's sewage collector system. Councilman Howe.
Mr. Chairman, I believe we did submit this, but that's fine. We'll hold until the meeting in July.
You want to hold till the meeting in July?
Yes, please, sir. Oh, you said July's pretty booked up, right?
That's why I asked you the second time.
Well, you know, looking at what the requirement is, I think it's kind of important to put it to July, and then we can decide if we want to continue with that.
All right. Okay, motion to hold till July 13th.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to hold. We have a second. Who made that second?
I did.
Who made the second?
Councilman McAllister.
Okay, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. PCR 4120, resolution addressing fiscal requests for education for fiscal year 2020 through 2021. Councilman Sinapi. It's not drafted, Councilman.
Say the title again. I caught only the tail.
I'm sorry, it's PCR 4120. It's a resolution addressing fiscal request for education for fiscal year 2020 through 2021. It's not drafted. You want to hold that till August?
Yes, please.
Okay. We're going to hold that till August 17th. Thank you.
Motion to hold August 17th.
We have a motion to hold. We have a second. I'll second it. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. You're there.
Aye.
Okay. And last item, PCR 42-20, resolution of the General Assembly in regards to reimbursement for hotel and meal tax revenue, not drafted. Council President Marola.
I was just going to defer to the city council solicitor here because I thought that was drafted.
I believe it was drafted, but we were waiting for approval to submit it. So it is drafted. It just didn't get provided to the clerk.
Just hold it till July 13th.
Yeah.
Hold to when, Mr. President?
Next meeting.
July 13th? You want to hold that till July?
Yes.
Okay, at the request of the sponsor, hold till July 13th. I need a motion.
I'll make that motion, hold it July 13th.
Seconded.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And it is now 9:54, and the Finance Committee meeting is adjourned.
We'll go into the next committee, Health, Education, and Welfare.
I don't see anything on the docket, Mr. President.
Okay, we go to the next committee, Ordinance Committee, Councilman McAllister.
Thank you. I call the ordinance committee at 9:53. First off, I need acceptance of the minutes from the committee meeting held on March 9th. Do I
Make a
have a
motion to
mo-
accept.
I would move acceptance.
I'll second that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. First off on the docket is PCO 3-19, an ordinance relative to boat storage on residential property. This is not drafted. Councilman Corley.
I would ask that it be put in the pending file.
Okay, I'll take that as a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those, any questions from any other members of the council? Any questions from the public on moving this to the pending file? Any questions from the public?
This time.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Next up is PCO 10-19, an ordinance in regards to water discharge. This is not drafted. Councilman Lattiser, Councilwoman Travis.
Hold September 9th.
I'll make the motion on behalf of the sponsor to hold to September 9th. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Number 3 is PCO 15-19 sub A, an ordinance regarding health insurance for city employees. This is from Councilman Lattiser and Council President Marola for first passage as amended. Councilman Lattiser, Council President Marola.
Hold to August 17th.
I will make the motion on behalf of the sponsor to hold to August 17th. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Number 4 is PCO 2-20, an ordinance relative to forming a commission to establish LED signage guidelines. This is Councilman Lattiser, not drafted.
I don't think your mic button was on, Councilman.
I'm sorry, hold till September 21st.
Okay, I'll make the motion on behalf of the sponsor to hold to September 21st. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Number 5 is PCO 9-20, an ordinance in regards to amending Chapter 40-30, PCO 8-18, smoking prohibited in public schools and on school grounds. This is for first passage, but it's not drafted. Councilwoman Travis, what's your pleasure?
August 17th.
I'll make the motion on behalf of the sponsor to hold to August 17th. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. That closes the ordinance committee at 9:56.
So I believe the next committee is Public Safety, chaired by Councilman Sinapi, Councilmember Ricks, and Councilwoman Travis.
Yeah, just one moment, please.
Mr. President, for clarification, is it Councilwoman Travis or myself?
I apologize, it's you because this is an old agenda.
Understood. No problem. The chairman's just having a couple technical difficulties. He'll be jumping on here in 2 seconds.
There we go. Power keeps going out of my apartment complex. All right, everyone hear me? I hope.
I can hear.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
All right, public safety. First item on the docket is acceptance of minutes from a committee meeting held on March 9th.
Move to accept.
Sirs. All right, motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Next is PCO 11-20, resolution in regards to erecting a stop sign at the northeast intersection of Abbott Avenue and Clinton Avenue. Second passage, Councilman McAllister.
I asked for favorable passage. I had a traffic study for this, and this is for second passage. Thank you.
Move favorable action.
That was
No comment, Mr. Chairman.
Somebody went to say something where they just, all right, I heard somebody else's voice. Blown by it.
Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
I just said I have no comments, and now you would go to the council.
No, it was besides your voice. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay.
So motion made and seconded. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the public? Or any other questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Any questions from members of the public?
Not at this time.
Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Next is PCO 12-20, resolution in regards to erecting 3 stop signs on the east and westbound sides of Grant Street at the intersection of Buttonwoods Avenue and the westbound side of Hayes Street at the intersection of Buttonwoods Avenue. Councilman McAllister, Councilwoman Travis, second passage.
Yes, I asked for.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this was an item that we had converted into a ordinance, but per the charter provisions, it was unnecessary. So the recommendation would be to return it to its initial form in the resolution manner.
So that would apply to PCO 11-20 as well.
That would be my thought as well.
They should all become PCRs.
Oh, correct.
If I may,
It should be PCRs.
Yes.
considering that these would be second passage,
No,
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, the full council at the March 9th meeting, it was a late night where we converted these items from a resolution to an ordinance. After further review, they were in their proper form. So the recommendation from legal counsels are to do a motion to reconsider this PCO 11-20 and restore it to being a PCR 31-20 in the original form that was presented to you at the March 9th meeting, which was in your packet.
And a PCR requires one passage, correct?
All right, so do we want to do the prior one first, or do we do the one we're on first?
Sure, if we could go back to item 1 on the agenda and take a motion to reconsider.
All right, so I'll move to reconsider PCO 11-20. Need a second?
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, so PCO 11-20 is on the floor, and we need a motion to tweak that into a PCR.
Motion.
Reconvert it back into its resolution form.
Motion so moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 And favorable as amended.
So then now we need a motion for favorable as amended.
Favorable as amended.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We move on to PCO 12-20. We're gonna need a motion to switch that one back as well.
Motion to approve.
We gotta
Motion
amend
to
it
amend
first.
it to
I
its
meant to say motion
resolution
to amend.
form.
I apologize. Motion to amend.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And now we can do the next part.
So favorable as amended. And any
Favorable
other
as-
questions from folks?
Yeah, so any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Any questions from members of the public?
Not at this time.
Seeing none. Motion made, and I'm not sure if we have a second yet.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Next, we have PCO 24-19, ordinance in regards to one-way traffic on Alice Avenue. Councilman McAllister.
Yes, I have a traffic study backing this up. It's a very narrow road. The police report, the police study said it was very narrow and unsafe for two-way traffic to safely navigate this roadway without having to drive up on people's lawns or their curbing. So I asked for favorable action with this traffic study that's going along with this request.
Any other questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Any questions from members of the public?
Not at this time.
Seeing none, we can entertain a motion.
Move favorable action.
Seconded.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next, we have PCO 28-19, ordinance in regards to no parking between signs in front of 301 West Shore Road on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. It is not drafted. Councilman McElroy.
On the state traffic committee. So why don't you hold it till the August meeting?
Motion to hold until August 14th. 17th, correction,
Yes.
August 17th.
Second.
Yes.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. PCO 4-20, an ordinance relative to the installation of traffic control signs. This is first passage. Councilman Lattiser.
Okay, so this goes back to the stop signs that I had requested earlier in the year. Also to the very traffic control signs that some of you have presented before the council this evening and have received favorable action on. It doesn't make any sense to me, particularly with stop signs where they have received a favorable traffic study as well as favorable support from the city council and are a health and safety issue, a public safety issue, especially with the traffic signs, that some of these time delays have taken place. Initially, I was looking to do this requirement that the signs be installed within 5 days. And I know several of my colleagues had expressed concerns with that short time frame, and that, given different conditions, weather-wise, et cetera, that might not be ample time. 30 days certainly is a significant amount of time to be able to take a sign that probably is in inventory, particularly the stop signs, slow children signs, blind person, et cetera, all safety issues. I think that it's reasonable that we have a 30-day requirement that those signs be put up. Again, it makes no sense to have the traffic studies done, have it determined that that particular location is a safety issue and requires attention of the city, to have this sit there any longer than a 30-day time frame. Having said that, I would respectfully request favorable action on PCO 4-20.
So I looked at my notes from this when we last picked it up. None of my concerns have been addressed in the slightest. This still carries with it a criminal charges if someone doesn't follow it per our charter. It still has no exceptions whatsoever, such as if it's not possible to put out a sign within 30 days. For instance, if there was a snowstorm, and as our winters normally are, they weren't this year, but where the snow stays on the ground for a prolonged period of time or the ground remains frozen and a sign can't necessarily be put in. Basically, as written, this guarantees problems, some of them legal, which is just a bad idea. So I will be voting no. Any other comments or questions from members of the committee?
So, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Well, hold on one moment, please. Any other comments or questions from members of the committee? All right, go ahead.
Generally support Councilman Lattiser's proposed ordinance. And I think that perhaps there is a way to tweak it so that it's clear that even if the sign is not put up within the 30 days, then it simply, doesn't become illegal as a result of those past actions, because obviously any stop sign that's on the books and is in fact present should be enforceable. So I don't really see that as a concern, but I suppose that if it makes sure that we have it all clear, I's dotted, T's crossed, then I certainly wouldn't have an objection to adding that clarifying language.
Councilman Lattiser, you were going to say something?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So certainly I can recognize the concerns that you have mentioned, and I'd be happy to meet with you and review those concerns and see if we can't come up with language that keeps us within the legalese requirements that are necessary. So having said that, if that is agreeable with you, I would be amenable to holding this until the August 17th meeting.
Request of the sponsors to hold this to the August 17th meeting. Is there a motion?
Motion
to hold. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Motion to hold to August 17th.
Seconded.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Next, we have PCR 10-20, a resolution relative to the installation of a crosswalk in the vicinity of 333 Sandy Lane. Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually was in discussion today with the mayor and with the director of DPW regarding that crosswalk. And at this time, I would also ask to hold this until August 17th.
Motion to hold until August 17th.
Need a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next, we have PCR 21-20, a resolution relative to claims. Mary McGann. Let's flip to mine here. Mary McGann's not on the meeting, Phil, is she?
I'll take a look. Hang on 1 second. I don't see her listed by name. If she is on the meeting, can hear this, if she could raise her hand, we could know her if she's using a phone number.
Mr. Chair, if she's not on, considering the COVID crisis, I'd ask that you give her an opportunity to get on.
But my thoughts, exactly. I'm uncomfortable with denying the claim, given that she's supposed to have the opportunity to attend. Given that we're in the Zoom format, it seems unfair to kick it out now. So I rather hold it if possible.
Motion to hold till would you feel comfortable with the September meeting, Mr. Chairman?
I think that's best, and then fingers crossed, we'll be meeting in person by then.
Motion to hold till September, the first September meeting.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Resolution, PCR 38-20, resolution in regards to erecting a stop sign on Maywood Avenue to stop traffic entering onto Beach Avenue. Councilman McElroy, this is not drafted.
We can't hear him, Mr. Chairman.
Hold till the August meeting, please.
Motion to hold per request of the sponsor till August 17th.
Motion made. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Lynn, is there a separate claims docket?
There is not tonight. There is not.
All right, because I have a few in my book. Well, these are pushed to July then, I'm guessing?
You would have they would be on July.
All right, that's fine. So unless I'm missing something, then I believe public safety is concluded. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, Lynn.
You're all set.
All righty. Public safety ends at 10:15, 10:15, Jesus.
Thank
PM.
you. Thank you.
Intergovernmental.
Okay, the intergovernmental committee meeting begins at 10:16. And give me a second to find them. Okay, I think the first item on the agenda is, I don't know if there are any pending minutes that need to be moved from previous meetings.
There are.
Yes.
Okay, well, I would ask for motions on each one of the,
There is one item, the motion to move for acceptance of the minutes dated March 9th, 2020.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, and there are no other minutes to be moved.
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I think the first item on the agenda is PCO -3-20 and ordinance amending chapter 2, article 1 of the Warwick Code of Ordinances. General administration would require the director of DPW to present monthly routine reports to the city council. It's on for first passage. The sponsor is Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would ask that this be held until August 17th.
Per request of the sponsor, PCO 3-20 held till August 17th.
I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Next item is PCR -184-19, a resolution related to no commercial trucking on Narragansett Parkway. I am going to move that be placed in the pending file.
Do we need a motion on that, Mr. Walsh?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Motion to place PCR 184-19 per request of the sponsor to the pending file.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next item is PCR 196 19, a resolution to the General Assembly for additional funding for Warwick Public Schools. It's not drafted. Council President Marola. I know that the General Assembly is going to be meeting, but I don't know when they'll be done meeting.
Why don't we hold that to the September meeting?
The first meeting, Mr. President?
We can go to the second meeting because it would probably apply till next year.
Yes, sir. Per request of the sponsor, PCR 196-19, hold until September 21st.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And the next item is PCR 24-20, resolution requesting that the Department of Public Works address the pothole, sinkhole, and drainage issues at the Anglesey community. Councilman Lattiser.
Hold to August 17th.
Per request of the sponsor, PCR 24-20, hold till September, sorry, what was the date again, Mr.
September
Council
7th,
President?
sorry, August 17th.
August 17th?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
PCR 28-20, a resolution supporting codification of the cancer presumption by the General Assembly. Councilman Sinapi, not drafted.
We couldn't hear you, Councilman.
Sorry, I forgot that I double mute myself. Please hold till the September meeting because the August meeting is getting a bit packed.
First or second meeting, Councilman?
Oh, fair question. We'll go with the first for now.
Thank you. A motion to hold PCR 28-20 till September 9th?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And PCR 39-20, a resolution in regards to amending PCR 1-19 City Council rules, Rule 30 docketing. Councilman Lattiser, it's not drafted.
Hold September 21st.
Motion to hold till September 21st per request of the sponsor.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
PCR 40-20, a resolution in regards to amending the city council rules. Councilman Sinapi.
Hold till August, please.
Motion to hold PCR 40-20 till August 17th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I believe that is the end of the intergovernmental committee meeting. Close at 10:22.
I believe the next committee is appointments, but there are no appointments requiring confirmation. And the next meeting after that is public properties, land use.
I'll call the committee to order unless there's any reason not to at this time. Okay, the time is 10:23 p.m. The Committee on Public Properties, Land Use, and Community Affairs comes to order. First, we have acceptance of the minutes from the meeting on March 9th, 2020. Would Councilman Corley or Councilman McElroy?
I move acceptance. I move
Second.
acceptance.
Second.
Do we have any comments from members of the council? From members of the public? And seeing no hands raised by members of the public.
Or no hands raised.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Okay, item 1 on the agenda, PCO 30-19, ordinance involving state law regarding unutilized commercial property. This is for first passage, not drafted. I spoke with Councilman Sinapi. Councilman Sinapi, could you confirm to hold for August 17th?
Confirmed.
On request of the sponsor, do we have a motion?
I will move to hold it till August 17th.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Second item, similarly, PCO 10-20, an ordinance relative to amendment of the Warwick zoning ordinance, regulations for the installation of solar energy system. I believe that Councilman Sinapi also intended to hold to August 17th.
Yes, please.
Okay,
I would move to hold it till August 17th.
Second.
all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Third and lastly, PCR 182-19, resolution regarding the lease Cooper Building. Councilman Lattiser, this is not drafted.
Hold August 17th.
Let's see. Do we have a motion?
I would move at the request of the sponsor to hold it to August 17th.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. The committee closes at 10:26 p.m.
So we finished all of the committees. I'm just going to take 5 minutes here while we get ready to start the council meeting. Phil, are we all set with the national anthem?
We are, sir. We hopefully are.
Very good. I think we're all ready to start if everybody wants to come back on. Okay, I think we're all here. Councilman Howard just came in and out on the screen. We'll call the meeting to order and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Marola,
Here.
Mr. Corley,
Yeah.
Mr. Howe,
Here.
Mr. Lattiser,
Here.
Mr. McAllister,
Here.
Mr. McElroy,
Yeah.
Mr. Ricks,
Here.
Mr. Snappy,
Here.
Ms. Travis.
Here.
9 present.
And Councilman Snappy, if you could lead us in the salute to the flag.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, one republic under God.
Okay, Phil, could you
Very
play
well.
this? Okay, I'd like to welcome everybody back. We obviously starting the council meeting relatively late, but I think it's probably one of the largest dockets that I've ever seen, especially with finance. The first item on the docket is general communications. There are none. I'm sorry, executive communications, there are none. General communications, are there any council members on general communications?
Yes,
Yes,
Mr. President?
Oh,
Yes,
sorry.
Councilwoman
Sorry.
Travis.
Okay. I just want to make note that the 4th of July fireworks this year in Oakland Beach will not, has been canceled. And we have the sled up that on Oakland Beach Avenue stating that, and I also put a press release in the Beacon, which will probably won't be in until Thursday, but there is no fireworks in Oakland Beach this year for 4th of July. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Oh,
thank you, Councilwoman.
Okay.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that'd like to speak under general communications? Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, unfortunately, I have yet another passing to announce from a great loyal Democrat from the city and also from my ward committee. I'm sure everyone's aware, Paul McNeil passed away, and I'm going to ask Mr. President that we do, at the end of communication, we observe a moment of silence. He passed away peacefully June 3rd. Paul was a U.S. Army veteran, and he was actually, during his time at the Rhode Island Veterans Home, he was elected the Rhode Island Veterans Home Resident Council President. So if I would ask at the after communication, Mr. President, if we could have a moment of silence in memory of Paul, who did so much, so many years, such an advocate. And I'd like to end by saying happy anniversary to Ruth. I jumped in on the Zoom meeting, and I heard some communication that from purchasing Ruth and her husband celebrating an anniversary, and I didn't get to say it, so I wish her the very best and congratulations. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman Howard. Any other general communications? If not, we'll observe a moment of silence for Paul McNeil. Okay, thank you. And we'll go next to the acceptance of minutes from council meeting held on March 9th, 2020. Do we have a motion?
Motion to accept.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the minutes from March 9th? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it, and the minutes are approved for March 9th. Next minutes are from May 26th, 2020. Could I have a motion to approve those minutes?
Motion
So
to
made.
approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
So it's a motion was made by Councilman Howe, seconded by Councilman Lattiser and Councilman Ricks. Is there any discussion on those? If not, we'll do a voice vote again. All those in favor signify
Aye.
by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? So the ayes have it, and that stands passed. Next, we'll go to the minutes of the meeting of May 27th, 2020. If I could have a motion,
So made.
could I have a second?
Seconded.
So it's Councilman Lattisaw makes the motion, seconded by Councilman Ricks and Councilman Howe. Any discussion about the minutes on the May 27th meeting? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed? The ayes have it, and May 27th minutes are passed. Next item on the agenda is the May 30th, 2020 minutes. Could I have a motion to approve?
So made.
Second.
Second.
Seconded.
So motions made by Councilman Lattisaw, seconded by Councilman Ricks and Councilman Howe. Is there any discussion on those minutes? If not, if we could all signify by saying aye.
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 And anyone opposed? Okay, so the minutes of May 30th, 2020 stand passed. We're now going to move to public comment under Rule 41. After the general communications and prior to the consent calendar at each city council public hearing meeting, there shall be a 15-minute period during which citizens may comment about Warwick City government issues subject to the following stipulations. The total period of time for public comment shall be 15 minutes. Comments need to be brief in order to allow as many citizens as possible to participate. The topics of comment shall be issues directly affecting city government. City council members will not respond to questions during the public comment period. The public comment session will terminate at the expiration of 15 minutes. Waiver of these provisions requiring unanimous consent. Phil, could you tell me if anybody's interested in speaking?
We have one participant that has raised their hand.
Okay, so if that person could identify themselves, and we'll go forward from there.
Hi, my name's Elijah Hannon. I'm a lifelong resident of Warwick, and I'm here representing G&G Enterprises. For the last 3 years, we've been handling the odor control in the Cedar Swamp area, and I have some concerns regarding the program moving forward. Our contract's set to expire tomorrow, and there doesn't seem to be a plan in place beyond that. With the 4th of July weekend coming up, I'm worried about the residents. It's going to be 90 degrees this weekend. So it's something I wanted to bring to the council's attention. Dating back to May, we began contacting Earl Bond and the WSA, in an effort to extend the current contract or get details on when the odor control will go out for bid. No less than 6 times from May to June, we contacted them. And it wasn't until June 24th that we were informed that the WSA would be going in another direction. Being concerned, I attended the sewer board meeting last Thursday, and Earl clarified that the WSA was going to be using another chemical. Given our success for the last 3 years, it was kind of confusing, but that's for another time. We're willing to continue the program through the weekend of July 4th to take care of the residents in the area, or extend, for a year. But we'd like to make sure that we're going to get a fair opportunity to bid the chemical and carbon filters that's associated with our program, given the success we've had. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. We'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is announcement of appointments. The first item is the Warwick Housing Authority, Christopher McCartney, 5 Kirby Avenue, Warwick, Rhode Island, from Ward 5, term to expire June 1st, 2024. And he's replacing Ralph Palumbo. The next appointment is John Giusti of 505 Red Chimney Drive, Warwick, Rhode Island, from Ward 9, a term to expire June 1st, 2025, and he's going to replace Mark Dorley. Next item, appointments required.
Mr. President,
Yes,
with your permission, may I take a moment just to go on record and identify something concerning the Warwick Housing Authority?
certainly.
Thank you so much, because I do realize that if we were in actual council and we weren't in this unique situation, more than likely those appointees would be standing before us. I just want to go on record, Mr. President, as saying that one of the things that I'm hoping that is accomplished with our appointments, and I would like to voice, is the cleanliness of the Warwick Housing Authority. I know that there's been some issues ongoing down on Post Road into Massasoit, where I'm getting constant complaints from neighbors of the growth, the garbage, and quite honestly, the lack of upkeep of the property. So I'm going on record as saying that is something, and I hope that Councilman Ricks joins me in this. And I didn't speak to him earlier, so I do apologize for putting him on it. But that is something I would like for these 2 gentlemen that are being appointed as they get ready to do that, that they would assist us in ensuring that the Warwick Housing Authority maintains good neighborship and takes ownership of those properties and ensures that the neighbors, it kind of fits in with the overall cleanliness of the community. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman Howe. So that we're on to appointments requiring confirmation, and there are none. We'll move on to the consent calendar, which is PCR 3720, resolution relatives to bids. Councilman Lattisaw.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Lattisaw.
Committee recommends favorable action on PCR 3720.
Do I have a second?
Seconded.
Okay, so it's moved by Councilman Lattisaw, seconded by Councilman Howe. Go ahead, Councilman Lattisaw. No, you're still muted.
Can everyone hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So PCR 2020-082, streetlight conversion and maintenance, favorable action. 2020-234, purchase new paratransit van, favorable action. 2016-06081, State of Rhode Island paint supplies, become PCR 4320. 2016-081B, State of Rhode Island paint supplies, has become PCR 4420. 2016-171, State of Rhode Island software government procurement, become PCR 4520. 2016-231, State of Rhode Island lamps ballast, PCR 4620. 2018-296, limited scope zoning rewrite, has become PCR 4720. 2020-094, HVAC maintenance repairs for ice arenas, receive favorable action. 2020-171, testing and repair of self-contained breathing apparatus, favorable action. 2020-266, grass seed mixtures, PCR 4820. 2020-274, maintenance contract for laptops, favorable action. PCR 2020-285, power wash, all-purpose cleaner, favorable action. 2020-288, design, print, and consumer confidence report, 3, favorable action. 2020-293, janitorial cleaning supplies, PCR 4920. 2020-316, purchase large format multifunction printer, favorable action. 2020-323, fire promotion and recruit entry-level exams, favorable action. 2021-03, spring repairs and related work, favorable action. 2021-004, hydraulic parts, favorable action. 2021-006, high-density polypropylene pipe, favorable action. 2021-007, minor roof repairs, favorable action. 2021-008, sand, grit, gravel, favorable action. 2021-008B, sand, grit, gravel, loom, favorable action. 2021-009, BCI crime scene, favorable action. 2021-010, photography and printing supplies, favorable action. 2021-011, preventive maintenance, favorable action. 2021, veterinarian services, favorable action. 2021-014, animal shelter, food and cat litter, favorable action. 2021-016, blackborne pathogen remediation, favorable action. 2021-018, printing of various letterhead, favorable action. 2021-019, brass fittings, favorable action. 2021-020, post type fire hydrants, favorable action. 2021-023, winter sand, favorable action. 2021-026A, quarterly fire alarms, favorable action. 2021-26B, quarterly fire alarm inspections, favorable action. 2021-26C, quarterly fire alarm inspections, favorable action. 2021-26D, quarterly fire alarm inspections, favorable action. 2021-26E, quarterly fire alarm inspections, favorable action. 2021-027, structural firefighting gloves, favorable action. 2021-028, janitorial and cleaning supplies, favorable action. 2021-029, street striping, favorable action. 2021-034A, HVAC maintenance, favorable action. 2021-034B, HVAC maintenance, favorable action. 2021-036, food products, favorable action. 2021-037, medical supplies, favorable action. 2021-038A, medications for emergency medical services, favorable action. 2021-038B, medications for emergency medical services, favorable action. 2021-040, fire sprinkler inspections, favorable action. 2021-041, delivery, rental, and filling of oxygen tanks, favorable action. 2021-045, service and maintenance agreements with Stryker, favorable action. 2020-309, strategy and tactics costs, favorable action. 2020-311, purchase rotary lift attachments, favorable action. 2020-328, Calio Silver Preferred Package has become PCR 5220. 2020-330, integrated receipt printers, favorable action. 2021-022, municipal recycling facilities, favorable action. 2021-039, interoperable emergency network, favorable action. 2021-060, UFED software renewal, favorable action. 2021-061, in case software maintenance, favorable action. 2021-062, police educational expense, PCR 5320. 21-063, PCR licensing advertising, favorable action. 2021-064, police recruitment, favorable action. 2021-065, services for mental health clinician, favorable action. 2021-066, city clerk advertising, favorable action. 2021-067, probate advertising, favorable action. 2021-069, software support and maintenance for munis, favorable action.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe there was a number of items removed in that list also, correct?
But we had, I don't know, 10 or 11 that were removed at the request of the sponsor or withdrawn.
So there were, Mr. President, there were 11 items removed from the consent calendar, but we can take those up after. There were only bids on the consent calendar remaining, so a vote is in order there.
Okay, and there's nothing on the consent calendar other than what's been moved and seconded. I know that we spent about 5 hours tonight going through these items in finance, and all the council members had questions then with different department heads. Are there any other questions that we didn't have an opportunity to ask in the finance committee tonight? If not, the consent calendar has been moved and seconded, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Marola,
Yes.
Mr. Corley,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
9 yes. Consent. 9 yes.
Copy that, and that's approved. The consent calendar is approved, and I'm still getting used to doing this by Zoom. So, okay, so the first item on the items removed, Councilman Lattiser, will go to, I believe it was bid number 2016-081A.
That's correct.
Okay, if you want to move that.
It was, at the request of the sponsor, it was unfavorable action on PCR 43-20.
Okay, is there any discussion on that? If not, a yes is for unfavorable action, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Marola,
Yes.
Mr. Corley,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
9 yes. Unfavorable.
Okay, PCR 4320 stands passed unfavorable. Next item on the agenda is bid number 2016-082B, now PCR 4420, Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, Mr. President, it's actually 2016-081B. It is PCR, now PCR 4420. Our committee recommends unfavorable action.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, so we're gonna, is there any discussion on this PCR 4420? Again, we discussed it in committee. If not, a yes is for unfavorable action, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Marola,
Yes.
Mr. Corley,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
9 yes.
PCR 4420 passes unfavorable. Next item on the agenda, Councilman, if Lattiser, if you could move it.
Yes, 2016-171 becomes PCR 4520. Once again, unfavorable action.
So
Seconded.
we're on PCR 4520. Is there any discussion on this? If not, a yes is for unfavorable action, and the clerk will call the roll on PCR 4520.
Mr. Marola,
Yes.
Mr. Corley,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
yes,
9 yes.
That stands passed unfavorable. Next item on the agenda, Councilman, if you could move it, I believe it's the bid 2016-231, which is now PCR 4620.
That's correct. Unfavorable action.
And if you want to move it unfavorable.
Move unfavorable action on PCR 46-20.
Seconded.
Seconded. Okay, seconded by Councilman Howe. Is there any discussion on that? If not, the clerk will call the roll. A yes is for unfavorable action.
Mr. Marola,
Yes.
Mr. Corley,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy, Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
yes,
Thank you. 9 yes, unfavorable.
Yes.
So that passes unfavorable action. Councilman Lattiser, if you could give us the next recommendation.
Yes. Next one, item number 7, 2018-296, now PCR 4720. Committee recommends unfavorable action.
Councilman, what number was that again?
Item number 7, 2018-296 becomes PCR 47-20.
Okay, I just have that as number 5 and not number 7.
The chairman's
4720.
referring to the number on the docket itself, but it is
Yes.
number, the fifth item that was removed from the consent calendar.
Oh, okay. All right. I see where the
Thank you. Thank you. So, so the recommendation is for unfavorable action. Could you move that, Councilman?
Yes, move on, recommend unfavorable action on PCR 47-20.
Seconded by, was it Councilman McAllister or how?
Councilman Howe.
Councilman Howe and Councilman McAllister. Any discussion? So a yes is for unfavorable on PCR 4720, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Marola,
Yes.
Mr. Corley,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
yes,
9 yes, unfavorable.
So that stands passed unfavorable. Next item on the agenda is bid number 2020-266, which is now PCR 4820. Councilman Lattiser.
On 2020-266 PCR 4820, motion is unfavorable action.
Okay, if you could
Seconded.
move that. So he's moved, it's seconded by Councilman Ricks. Is there any discussion on that item? If not, a yes is for unfavorable action, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Marola,
Yes.
Mr. Corley,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
yes,
9 yes.
So that passes unfavorable action PCR 4820.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I just want to make sure on item number 8, 2020-094, I reported that out as favorable action. It was favorable action, but we also had a distinction put in that the amount was $41,000 for a 1-year contract from August 30th, 2020 through August 29th, 2021.
So I'll defer to the solicitor on that. We need to vote on that separately. He's going to unmute himself here.
Mr. Chairman, you're referring to item 8 on the consent calendar? Is that
Yes.
correct?
2020-0294 HVAC maintenance repairs. It was favorable. The amount was 41,000 for 1 year. Contract date was from 8/30/2020 through 8/29/2021.
I believe there were no monies requested, so there was no change to that on the award.
Well, I'm stating that because the original contract was a 2-year contract, and now for 82,000, and now what we approved was a 1-year extension. So I just want to be sure that the record indicates it's 41,000, not 82,000.
I believe it was passed accurately on the
Okay.
as part of the consent calendar.
All right. As long as that's clarified. Okay.
So the
Thank you,
next
Mr.
item,
President.
thank you. The next item is bid number 2020-293, which is PCR 4920.
PCR 4920, the committee recommended to hold until July 13th.
So that will be held till July 13th. Next item on the agenda is 2021-019 PCR 5020, committee report finance.
That was, a recommendation was unfavorable action.
If you could move that.
The committee recommends, make a recommendation for unfavorable action on PCR 52-20.
Seconded.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I believe we're on different items here. PCR 50-20 was formerly bid 2021-019.
So I read the wrong line. I said, so it's 2021-019 PCR 5020. It's the recommendation is favorable action, and it's been moved and seconded, I believe. Councilman Lattiso, you moved it, and Councilman McAllister, Councilman Howard, were you seconding?
Yes. Seconded.
Okay, very good. So is there any discussion? I know it's moved favorable action on PCR 5020. If not, the clerk will call the roll, and I'll be recusing myself on this vote. And the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Marola,
Abstain?
Mr. Corley,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks. Mr. Ricks,
Not sure what happened there. Yes.
thank you. Mr. Snappy,
Yes.
Ms. Travis,
Yes.
9 yes.
PCR 50.
No, it's 8 yes,
yes.
1 abstention. Sorry about that.
PCR 5020 stands passed. Councilman Lattiser, if you could move the next bid item, which I think is 2021-020, now PCR 5120. I think that give us the recommendation first, then we'll do the motion.
Yes, just bear with me. Tell me what the
Favorable.
number is again.
It's now PCR 5120.
Number
What's the-
31 on the consent calendar.
$31, $21, $20.
No, number 31 on the consent calendar. It was 2021-020.
Yeah.
It's now PCR 5120.
PCR 5120. Okay, that was favorable action.
For action, Councilman Lattiser.
Move favorable action on PCR 5120.
Seconded.
Seconded by Councilman McAllister. Is there any discussion on this? If not, a yes is to approve, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Marola,
Abstain.
Mr. Corley,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Snappy,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
yes,
8 yes, 1 abstention.
So bid number 2021-020, now PCR 5120, stands passed. Next item on the agenda is bid number 2020-328, which is now PCR 5220, committee report, finance.
Committee recommends unfavorable action.
For action, Councilman Lattiser.
Unfavorable action on PCR 5220.
Seconded.
Seconded by Councilman Howe. Is there any discussion on this item? If not, a yes is for unfavorable action, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Marola,
Yes.
Mr. Cole,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Snappy,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
yes,
9 yes.
PCR 5220 stands passed, unfavorable action. Next item on the agenda is bid 2021-062, now PCR 5320, committee report, finance.
Committee recommends to hold until August 17th on PCR 5320.
So that will be held till August 17th.
Yes.
Sorry, we're on to unfinished business. PCO 1120, which is PCR 3120, resolution in regards to erecting a stop sign at the northeast intersection of Abbott Avenue and Clinton Avenue. This is for second passage, committee report, public safety.
Committee recommended favorable action.
For action, Councilman McAllister.
I asked for favorable action, and this one was turned back into a resolution.
So it was favorable
Thank
action.
you.
It was favorable action with an amendment, and you'll do the amendment in 1 sec. Is there a second on that? Seconded by Councilman Howe. Do you want to move the amendment, Councilman? I think it was just to convert it to a resolution, correct?
Yes, I move favorable action to convert it to a resolution 11-20.
Councilman
Seconded.
Councilman McAllister moves the amendment, seconded by Councilman Howe. Is there any discussion on the amendment? If not, a yes is to approve, and the clerk will call the roll on the amendment.
Mr. Marola,
Yes.
Mr. Corley,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Snappy,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
yes,
9 yes to amend.
The amendment stands passed. And Councilman McAllister, if you could move it as amended.
I move favorable as amended.
Seconded by Councilman Howe. Any discussion on PCO 1120 regarding erecting a stop sign at the northeast corner intersection of Abbott Avenue and Clinton Avenue? If
Mr.
not,
President,
yes.
sorry. Wasn't it just changed to PCR 31-20?
Yes, and I probably read the title, the whole title, but you're right. It's now a PCR. It's PCR 3120. So are there any questions regarding PCR 3120? If not, a yes is to approve as amended, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Marola,
Yes.
Mr. Corley,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Snappy,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
yes,
9 yes.
PCR 3120 stands passed as amended. Next item on the agenda is PCO 1220, which is going to be PCR 3220, a resolution in regards to erecting 3 stop signs on the east and westbound sides of Grant Street at the intersection of Buttonwoods Avenue and the westbound side of Hayes Street at the intersection of Buttonwoods Avenue. It's sponsored by Councilman McAllister and Councilwoman Travis. This is for second passage, and we have a committee report from Public Safety.
Committee recommended favorable action.
For action, Councilman McAllister.
Favorable action with an amendment.
I'll second it.
Councilwoman Travis seconds it. And if you want to move the amendment,
I move favorable action, and this is going back to a resolution as well.
okay, seconded by Councilwoman Travis.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any discussion regarding the amendment? If not, a yes is to approve the amendment, converting it from an ordinance to a resolution, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Marola,
Yes.
Mr. Corley,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
yes,
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
9 yes to amend.
The amendment stands passed. If you could move it, Councilman McAllister, as amended.
I move favorable as amended.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman Travis. Is there any discussion on PCR 3220 as amended? It's regarding a resolution erecting 3 stop signs. If not, a yes is to approve, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Marola,
Yes.
Mr. Corley,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
yes,
Mr. Ricks,
yes,
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
9 yes.
PCI 3220 stands passed. Next item on the agenda is PCO 319, an ordinance relative to a boat storage on residential property. It's not drafted. Committee report ordinance.
Move to the pending file.
Let's move to the pending file. Next item on the agenda is PCO 7-19 pension board. It's not drafted. Committee report finance.
Hold August 17th.
Hold till August 17th. Next item on the agenda is PCO 1019, an ordinance in regards to water discharge. That's not drafted. Committee report ordinance.
Hold to August 17th.
I thought that was
I got
September
September 9th.
9th.
September 9th.
Yeah.
Hold to September 9th.
Hold till September 9th. Next item on the agenda is PCO 1519 sub A, an ordinance regarding health insurance for the city employees. That's first passage. Committee report ordinance.
I have that one held. Is that August 17th?
That's correct. That's held till August 17th. Next item on the agenda is PCO 1719, an ordinance relative to senior and veterans exemptions. That's not drafted. Committee report finance.
Hold September 9th.
Hold till September 9th. Next item on the agenda is PCO 2119, an ordinance relative to employee benefits. That's not drafted. Committee report finance.
Hold September 9th.
Held till September 9th. Next item on the agenda is PCO 2419, an ordinance in regards to one-way traffic on Alice Avenue. Committee report, public safety.
Committee recommends favorable action.
For action, Councilman McAllister.
I ask for favorable action.
I have a second?
Seconded.
Second.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Councilwoman Travis, Councilman Lattiser, and was it Councilman Howe?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So it's been moved and seconded. This is an ordinance regarding one-way traffic on Alice Avenue. I know we discussed it in committee. Is there any discussion among the council members? If not, a yes is to approve and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Marola,
Yes.
Mr. Corley,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
yes,
Mr. Ricks,
yes,
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
yes,
9 yes, first passage.
PCO 2419 stands passed, first passage. Next item on the agenda is PCO 2819, an ordinance in regards to no parking between signs in front of 301 West Shore Road on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. This is for first passage. It's not drafted. Committee report, public safety.
This is getting held. I'm gonna need some help on the date though, Billy, if you have it written down.
August 17th.
August 17th.
August 17th. Okay.
Much
Held till,
obliged.
held till August 17th. Next item on the agenda is PCO 2919, an ordinance relative to tangible property tax regarding vacant store fronts. This is for first passage. It's not drafted. Committee report, finance.
August 17th.
Held till August 17th. Next item on the agenda is PCO 3019, an ordinance involving state law regarding underutilized commercial property. It's for first passage. It's not drafted. Committee report, public properties.
hold to August 17th.
Held till August 17th. By the way, Councilman Lattisaw, I don't know how you did this for 5 hours breathing through this mask, but I'm gonna pass out. Okay.
Chew a lot of
PCO 220, an ordinance relative to forming a commission to establish LED signage guidelines. It's first passage. It's not drafted. Committee report, ordinance.
Hold September 21st.
Held till September 21st. Next item on the agenda is PCO 3-20, an ordinance amending Chapter 20, Article 1. It's for first passage. Committee report, intergovernmental.
Favorable action.
I believe that was held till August 17th.
August 17th.
August
Yeah.
17th.
So PCO, is that correct, Councilman Corley, that PCO 320, an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 1 of the Warwick Code of Ordinances, which would require the Director of DPW to present monthly routine reports to the City Council? Was that held till August 17th?
I had it down as it was. That it was for a book. It may have been, I may have just checked the wrong box.
That's okay. I'll just defer to the City Council solicitor, Bill. Your
My notes indicate hold to August 17th.
Yeah, my notes indicate the same thing.
Confirmed.
So, yeah, so we're gonna hold that till August 17th. Next item on the agenda is PCO 4-20, an ordinance relative to the installation of traffic control signs. That's for first passage. Committee report, public safety,
That one's getting held as well.
August 17th.
That's
Okay,
correct.
we're gonna hold till August 17th, PCO 4-20. Moving on, PCO 720, an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 1 of the City of Warwick Code of Ordinances. This is first passage. Committee report, finance.
Hold September 9th.
Held till September 9th. Next item on the agenda is PCO 820, an ordinance relative to the ratification of teacher contracts and support personnel contracts. It's for first passage. It's not drafted. Committee report, finance.
August 17th.
Hold till August 17th. Next item on the agenda is PCO 9-20, an ordinance in regards to amending Chapter 40-30, which is PCO 18-18, smoking prohibited in public schools and on school grounds. It's first passage. It's not drafted. Committee report, ordinance.
This was held.
17th. August 17th?
August 17th.
August 17th.
Okay. PCO 9-20 held till August 17th. Next item on the agenda is PCO 10-20, an ordinance relative to amendment of the Warwick zoning ordinance. Regulations for the installation of solar energy. It's first passage. It's not drafted. Committee report land use. I believe that's
Hold
hold
to.
till, yeah. go
Correct.
ahead.
Hold to August 17th.
Held till August 17th. Next item on the agenda is PCR 18219, a resolution regarding the lease at the Cooper Building. It's not drafted. Committee report, public properties.
Hold to August 17th.
Held till August 17th. Next item on the agenda is PCR 18419, a resolution relative to no commercial trucking on Narragansett Parkway. That's not drafted. Committee report, intergovernmental.
Move to the pending file.
Move to the pending file. Next item on the agenda is PCR 19519, a resolution relative to creating a commission to study health insurance benefits. Committee report, finance.
August 17th.
Held till August 17th. Next item on the agenda is PCR 19619, a resolution to the General Assembly for additional funding for Warwick Public Schools. It's not drafted. Committee report, intergovernmental.
That was held and I don't have the
September
date.
20, yes, it was held till September 21st. So that matters. PCR 19619 is going to be held till September 21st. Next item on the agenda is PCR 1020, a resolution relative to the installation of a crosswalk in the vicinity of 333 Sandy Lane. Committee report, public safety.
That one's getting held.
It's held till August 17th.
August 17th.
PCR 1120. Let's see, a resolution relative to repairs to damage at Lippet Park, and committee report, finance.
Hold August 17th.
Hold till August 17th. PCR 1320, a resolution to the DPW that signage be erected as stated in PCR 14419. A committee report, finance.
Withdrawn.
So
Motion to withdraw.
motion, do I have a second?
Seconded.
Seconded by Councilman McAllister, Councilman Howe. Any discussion on the motion to withdraw PCR 13-20? If not, a yes is to withdraw, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Marola,
Yes.
Mr. Corley,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Snappy,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
yes,
9 yes to withdraw.
PCR 13-20 stands withdrawn. Next item on the agenda is PCR 1520, a resolution relative to school bonding consideration for the 2020 ballot. It's not drafted. Committee report, finance.
August 17th.
All right, that's held till August 17th. PCR 2120, a resolution relative to claims. Mary McGann. Committee report, public safety.
Being held till September 9th, I want to say.
Yes, held till September 9th. Next item on the agenda is PCR 2420, resolution requesting that the Department of Public Works address the pothole, sinkhole, and drainage issues on the Anglesey community. Committee report, intergovernmental. I think that was held till August 17th.
August 17th.
Yes. Held to
Yes.
August 17th.
Held till August 17th. Next item on the agenda is PCR 2720, a resolution to the General Assembly requesting permission for a ballot question. That's committee report, finance.
Pending file.
Let's move to the pending file. PCR 2820, a resolution supporting codification of the cancer presumption by the General Assembly. That's not drafted. Committee report intergovernmental. I believe that's held till September 9th. Is that right?
That is right.
Held till September 9th. Next item on the agenda is PCR 2920, a resolution memorializing the General Assembly to enact legislation authorizing the city of Warwick to issue not to exceed $10 million general obligation bonds, notes, and other evidence of indebtedness to finance the construction, renovation, improvement, alteration, repair, furnishing, and equipping of athletic and/or recreational fields and facilities for the city's high schools, subject to approval of state housing aid at a reimbursement or state share ratios of not less than 35% at the time of the issuance, and provided that the authorization shall be reduced by the amount of certain grants received from state bond proceeds from the Rhode Island Department of Education or from the Rhode Island School Building Authority. From now on, Councilman Sinapi is limited in the amount of words that you can put in the title of a document. So I think that's going to be the next ordinance, I think. All right, so the committee report, finance.
That was hold till July 13th.
Held till July 13th. All right, so PCR 3620 is 2020-257, automotive wet batteries. Committee report, finance.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Lattiser.
Committee recommends favorable action on PCR 36-20, formerly 2020-257.
Seconded by Councilman McAllister, Councilman Howe. Is there any discussion on the approval of the automotive wet batteries that we already didn't have in the Finance Committee? If not, a yes is to approve, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Marola,
Yes.
Mr. Corley,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Snappy,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
yes,
9 yes.
PCR 3620, now 2020-257, stands passed. New business, PCO 1120, ordinance in regards to approving the financing of the design, construction, repair, rehabilitation, equipping and extension of the city's sewage collection system. This is first passage. It's not drafted. Committee report, finance.
July 13th.
Hold till July 13th. Next item on the agenda is PCR 3820, resolution in regards to erecting a stop sign at Maywood Avenue to stop traffic entering Beach Avenue. That's not drafted. Committee report, public safety. I think that's August 17th, Councilman Snappy.
Sounds correct.
Held till August 17th. Next item on the agenda is PCR 3920, resolution in regards to amending PCR 1-19, City Council rules, Rule 30, docketing, not drafted, committee report, intergovernmental. I believe that's held September 21st. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Held till September 21st. Next item on the agenda is PCR 40-20, a resolution in regards to amending the City Council rules. It's not drafted, intergovernmental. If we could get the report from intergovernmental.
It's held from August to August 17th.
Held till August 17th. Next item on the agenda is PCR 4120, resolution addressing financial requests for education for fiscal year 2021. It's not drafted. Committee report, finance.
August 17th.
Held till August 17th. Next item on the agenda is PCR 4220, a resolution to the General Assembly in regards to reimbursement for hotel and meal tax revenue. It's not drafted. Committee report, finance. It's hold till July 13th.
Hold till July 13th.
Held till July 13th. Next item for referral and advertising, PCO 1420, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance of the City of Warwick, John Dickinson petitioner. That's Councilman McAllister. That's going to be out for referral and advertising. We'll move to the unanimous, the consent calendar. Is there anything from Ward 1? On the, anything on consent for Ward 1? Unanimous consent? No? Pass?
No.
Ward 2?
Pass.
Ward 3?
Pass.
Ward 4?
Pass.
Ward 5? Pass. Ward 6?
Pass.
Ward 7?
Pass.
Ward 8?
Pass.
And Ward 9 passes. We'll move into the docket session. Councilwoman Travis.
If there be no further business of its honorable body, I move to a docket session.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Council moves to the docket session. Ward 1, anything to docket?
Yes, one item on behalf of the mayor to have stop signs erected at two intersections on Parkside Drive.
So it's a resolution
Yes.
to
No, I believe it has to be an ordinance.
an ordinance.
No.
No.
Okay.
No.
So there's the
Stop sign?
docketing. So I realize this is the first time we're docketing outside of each other. So it's, there's two memos here. And it's a resolution in regards to erecting stop signs at the following locations: Winthrop Road at the intersection of Parkside Drive and Landon Road at the intersection of Parkside Drive. That sound accurate, Councilman?
That is accurate.
Okay. And then also I have a second one, which is accompanied by a traffic study, which you had requested. And the title of the ordinance is ordinance in regards to the installation of a no parking sign on Parkside Drive erected 30 feet south of the intersection of Pleasant View Road. That's on.
Yeah.
Okay. So both of those would go into public safety, public safety. Okay, Ward 2, anything to docket?
Yes, 3 items. First,
Okay.
an ordinance relative to permitting and regulating charitable donation bins.
Okay, so that's intergovernmental. Okay. And what's the next one?
I think, if I may, perhaps ordinance would be more appropriate.
Did you say it was an ordinance or resolution?
Ordinance.
Oh, ordinance. I'll put it into ordinance then.
Thank you.
Yep.
Second, a resolution to extend the Tax Relief Commission, PCR 105-19, to June 30, 2021.
That's intergovernmental. What's the next
And
one?
third, a resolution to extend the Chapter 4 Commission, PCR 36-19, to December 31st, 2020.
Intergovernmental. So that's it for Ward 2. Anything for Ward 3?
Pass.
Ward 4?
Pass.
Ward 5? Pass. Ward 6?
Pass.
Ward 7?
Pass.
Ward 8?
Pass.
Ward 9 passes. And have a good evening, council
Councilman
meeting.
Ritz, can you send me those docket memos, please?
Certainly, thank you.
Very good, thank you.
Okay. And the council stands adjourned.
Thank you, everyone.
Joe.
Anthony didn't.
Have a safe
docket.
4th.
Same
Good
to you.
night.
Thank you, Councilwoman.